You know, he's not even the first thing I want to talk about, actually. It's actually people like him. And I'm not really talking about the most egregious of them. I'm talking about all the places who exploit people and take advantage of people. All of the industries that his hands have touched, whether they've been exposed or not, he's touched every single industry. And every industry is probably influenced by him. All of this. All of it is really as flimsy as the case that they are trying to argue with not releasing anything, keeping everything hush hush, denying everything, continuing to lie about everything. All of it. And I always have people saying, what happens when all of it's solved? That's what happened. That's what happens. It gets solved. It gets solved, and everybody can kind of start finding their own peace from there. Because whether we like it or not, it's all had a direct influence in our lives. All of it has. In some way or another, it's dictated. It's dictated how video games have gone in their direction. It's dictated how products are being sold, products are being marketed. Created a whole language to hide. And it turned some of the even the most craziest of conspiracy theories into yet to be written down history. Because it's like the joke, all conspiracy theories are true. That's a joke, and it is actually a reality. Because a superseding amount of conspiracy theories have been made true, have been exposed as being true. So it makes you wonder who put out all of the lies trying to cover for what the conspiracy theories talk about. Who's the one playing the psyop when a new conspiracy comes up that's not a conspiracy, that's actually almost 100% fact? Because while not all conspiracy theories are true, it's seeming like the most crazy of them are. The most insane of all the conspiracy theories are seemingly true. And you can't tell me that there isn't a cabal running the world because we got basically their blackmailer and their note taker. We got their secretary. And their secretary is pretty bad. So it sounds like to me, all of it just doesn't. Why are we limiting ourselves to the only things that people like him have influenced are the entertainment industry, the gaming industry, the banking industry, the housing industry? I'd say every bit of anything that's produced is, their hands are filthy with what these people do. But that's my alleged opinion. And it's just based on how insane all this stuff is. And it's not that it's getting, it's that we're being told that we were right all along. It is even crazier than what we even thought to begin with. You should not have been able to invoke any rights. I never even watched it, though. This is straight from the Oversight Committee.
All right, we'll go on the record. This is a deposition of Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell conducted by the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform under the authority granted to it pursuant to House Rule 10. Accordingly, House Rule 10 grants the committee broad jurisdiction for the committee to conduct investigations of any matter at any time. On July 22nd, 2025, the Subcommittee on Government Operations of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform voted by voice to approve a motion directing the chairman to authorize and issue a subpoena to Ghislaine Maxwell for a deposition. On July 23rd, 2025, Chairman Comer issued a subpoena for Ghislaine Maxwell to appear today for a deposition in furtherance of the committee's investigation into the actions and investigations of Mr. Jeffrey Epstein and Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell. I will enter the subpoena and corresponding cover letter as Exhibit 1. I will enter as Exhibit 2 a letter dated July 29th, 2025 from David Oscar Marcus.
It makes me wonder, like, was she planning to invoke the Fifth Amendment instantly? What's with the whole readjusting yourself, pressing your boobs up? Because I saw that. She was making sure her boobs were all pressed up. Yeah, you got giant boobs, chick. But it doesn't take away from the fact that you're a heinous sex criminal. So it makes me wonder, why do all the dog and pony show when she's just going to invoke her Fifth Amendment right? Why not just send that to him in an email? Why not have her lawyer send it in an email? Do they need her? Do they actually need her to say, I plead the Fifth? Or they just cut straight to Dave Chappelle's skit?
Counsel for Ms. Maxwell, stating in short that his client would invoke her Fifth Amendment rights and request.
Oh, so it was already predetermined. So she didn't have to do, like, again, what's with the dog and pony show? If she'd already invoked it before the call even happened, what's with the 18 extra minutes? Or the 17 and a half minutes?
For the deposition to occur after the resolution of her Supreme Court petition.
Well, the thing of it is she's invoking them until after the whole Supreme Court hearing where she's essentially challenging her initial sentencing, her initial conviction. She's challenging it on if it was lawful or not. And I guarantee the challenge has happened. When did, I think it's her Guthrie. Guthrie. Sounds like my furnace is gonna explode. So I'm just gonna let it. Did Guthrie? Guthrie. April 25th of last year. This is not going to explode. I was way off on the name. See, this is it's just weird timing. She committed suicide in April of last year. And they've been trying to discredit this woman since this all started. They've been doing everything in their power to try to discredit her. I mean, they even used this as a way to push back against the case against her, Ghislaine and Epstein. Saying that she was mentally unstable, even though she had a note. She wrote that saying that she wasn't suicidal. But I guess people become suicidal in a moment's notice. I mean, they've been having a lot of practice to get it right for a while. They've been allowed to suicide all kind of people. Look at Boeing. Boeing's been getting away with it for years. They probably just hired Boeing's assassin. Alleged opinion. I mean, the timing's not as weird, but again, let's see. Oh, wait. How long? So she's been filing it over and over and over again for a while. She petitioned the Supreme Court to overturn the conviction. So she put it back in after that. See? She's fought it tooth and nail since the beginning. to basically, to me, it sounds like a strategy she's been using to keep it to where she doesn't actually have to give any depositions at all. Because she's already been tried and convicted of her involvement in it. But what doesn't want happen is her getting actually pulled into a deposition, being legally required to answer questions, and then it starts coming out who all's involved. Because that's what they're going to be asking her. They should be asking her very pointed questions about certain contexts of certain emails, by asking her to elaborate on the beef jerky thing, ask her to elaborate on some of the other stuff. She has to be privy to it because her name is all over it. Her name is all over that stuff. So she would have to have information to be able to elaborate. And they don't want her doing that because we've already seen very prominent names talking about things like beef jerky. Again, they changed their tactics. Obama and the Clintons got hit up with Podesta on Pizzagate, so they can't use pizza and hot dogs anymore. So they got to use things like beef jerky, cartoon characters from Disneyland. They had to change the code. The code was found out, and that's how they were able to hide under the radar after Pizzagate, is because they changed up the language, went back to the drawing board, changed up the language, and came out with a new language. Talking about furniture, talking about a brick oven pizza. They kept the pizza because it's like they can't help themselves but to keep the pizza. It's a great American pastime. Homemade pizza, brick oven pizza. That's why for a while they were talking about the brick oven pizza stuff. Now you don't hear them talking about no oven pizzas at all. But you could probably find the new code. Start matching up their excitement with that new thing. And of course, they're not talking about beef jerky right now because Epstein got taken down. They knew that it was only a matter of time before that stuff was going to be picked through, so they can't even use beef jerky anymore. They have to further change the tactics, to further change the language. Make sure that the language they're using can't be traced back to the email stuff. Again, you'll find the language. Just find what they're most excited about right now. You all know what it is. I would have to watch him for a while. Like, watch the coverage of him. Because Trump's getting old. He can't help but to talk about his favorite things. I mean, it may sound like racism, but that's like his secondary favorite thing. It's like a newfound thing for him. He didn't realize he could isolate it to a single race of people and it'd still be okay. Again, they just changed their language. That's it. That's all they did was change the language. And it's probably legalese. They've probably changed to legalese because it's harder for us to understand it. That's what this says. She's constantly been appealing it. Started in July. Got it wrong. No, I mean, talking about filing, rejecting, filing again, time. See, yeah, somebody's helping her. Somebody's telling her which levels to go to. They know how to navigate the legal system, trying to get that second opinion that's going to be sympathetic to them. That's what she's doing. She's navigating it in a way to find that one person that's going to give her that leeway. And she's going to get it. She's going to get it. Mark my words, she will get it. She's going to get that person, that one Karen who hates ICE so much. I'm going to find that one Karen who hates ICE that much. You're good, bud. All people. Yeah, you're good. I think my rental office people were in my apartment today. He's been real skittish since I got home. I mean, I came in really irritated because I had a notice on my door. But I think that they were in here. I don't know, just something. I get this weird feeling that somebody's been in here. And I know it's none of my family because none of them come over and visit. I don't get visitors. I get people harassing me more than anything. Or hang out with my neighbor, but it's been a long 2026 so far this January, February. Already almost halfway through February. 4 days will be halfway through February. Excuse me. So yeah, it's she's been really consistent and then moving up to the next. Based on juror number 50, a juror who disclosed after the trial that he was a victim of sexual abuse. Judge Allison Nathan denied the request, ruling that the juror's failure to disclose his history was unfortunate, but not a deliberate lie. June 28, 2022, sentenced to 20 years in prison. July 7th, less than a month later, within 10 days of sentencing, Maxwell filed a formal notice of appeal with the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. Oral arguments. After nearly 2 years of briefing, her lawyers argued before a 3-judge panel that she was scapegoat for Jeffrey Epstein. But there are countless. No, lady, no. And this is the crazy thing: is she thinks she has a shot with all that's known about her. Like, you've created countless victims across the world, chick. You don't get to buy that. Buy your family legacy ends with you. Rightfully so, to be honest with you. Because it doesn't seem like that family is a very good family. It seems like that family is a very, very despicable family. Her dad was despicable. She's despicable. To be honest, anything that comes out of that bloodline is probably going to be despicable. So no. Stay in prison. You're lucky you're not in there for the rest of your life. You'll be able to at least roll around in a wheelchair and on oxygen by the time you get out. But you at least won't die in prison. You just be lucky. He said, nah. They just said, nah. They probably laughed and said, nah. And right there, she was giving her out. Right there. She was allowed to petition the Supreme Court. Right there. And with that petition, it's kept her in this longer than she should have been. And then lo and behold, what, 5 days after Guthrie killed herself? She's like April, what? No. 15 days later. 15 days later. 15 days later, she killed herself. I don't believe when someone is this level, like in this deep into a fight like this, they don't just all of a sudden out of nowhere give up. No. The same with the whistleblower of Boeing. I don't believe he killed himself either. I don't care what you say. I will believe aliens walk among us, like legit extraterrestrials walk among us, before I believe that Boeing had no hand in that man's death. There's no way you can make me believe that. What's up, pal? You alright? You doing good? Oh. Yeah, my feet hurt. I took the wrong bus. So I ended up having to walk because I would have had to just stand at the bus stop for like 45 minutes. I wasn't about to do that. So I decided, nah, uh, I'll just walk. Uh, I walked from the grocery store, which is like a couple miles away, maybe 3. So my feet hurt a little bit tired. That's ultimately why I was really irritated when I came in, is because I walked home. I had to walk home from Walmart, and when I get home, there's I need to leave the premises ASAP Rocky. And oh yeah, by the way, we're coming into your place tomorrow or the next day because because you haven't paid your rent yet, even though you told us it's going to be paid sometime. I don't give a damn if I don't pay if somebody doesn't pay their rent until the last day of the month. If they've corresponded with you to say, hey, rent's going to be super late, there needs to be this level of understanding to say, oh, okay, at least I'm thankful you let me know. And whipty friggin' do, you let them stick around for a month and they didn't end up paying, and you got to kick them out. Whipty friggin' do. Heaven forbid you actually have to do a job to make your money, and you can't just sit around in an office and just get fat, because it's ultimately what people in offices do. They sit around on their tubby and become tubby. While treating people who actually are fighting to do a job, to get a job, to work a job, to keep their cars from being stolen in the neighborhood. That's why I'm a firm believer. You want to work at an apartment complex, fine and dandy. But you know what you get to do as well? You get to live there. You get to live in the neighborhood in which you're trying to promote. You don't get to live in some fancy neighborhood and then drive to the ghetto and then talk bad about the people in the ghetto. There should be no such thing as people who don't live at the place they're promoting. If you want to work at a place promoting housing, then you get to live there. You get to see what that place is like from the inside every day. You get to have the maintenance requests being put in and seeing how long it takes for the maintenance to get to your request. And no, they don't front load you because you work there. No, the whole idea of you living at the place is so that you actually know what needs fixed there, know what needs attention there, because you don't know anything about the place if you're driving in every morning. When it comes to housing, you shouldn't be able to live somewhere else and then promote that living area. No. And if that takes away all these people that are working at campus housing because I'm not going to live on campus housing, well, too bad, so sad. You don't know what it's actually like in the neighborhood. You know what the marketing spiel is, and that's it. You know what to say to sell that place to people. You don't know what it actually is like in that neighborhood. Again, this is why I believe that people who don't belong in jobs need to be pushed out of them. If you don't belong in that job, you need pushed out so somebody that does belong in that job can have that job. You know why the world is you know why it sucks, right? That's part of it. There are too many people doing jobs they don't belong in, taking up jobs they don't belong to take up, while people who do belong in those jobs are working somewhere else at a job they don't belong in. So no one is working the jobs they belong at all. The world is not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Everybody's trying to do everybody else's job because they think they can do it better, and it's not. You're all showing how greedy you are. You're showing how self-centered you are, how self-righteous you are, how self-fulfilling you are. You have no actual connection to people, which is why you're just okay with doing a job you don't belong in. You don't belong in the job. You're okay with it because you don't actually care about people. You don't care that the job is getting done as it should be. You should be required to live at the places that you're pushing. If you're pushing places, you should be required to live there. And that's mainly centered around apartment complexes and places like this where they want to stack everybody up like sardines. Because these places are basically just a marketing scheme. They want to pretend like, oh, you're home. You're finally home. This is your possibly forever neighborhood. They pretend like it's that. But the moment you get in, they treat you like garbage. They leave out key points when they're doing their little tours. They hope you don't know anything so you don't raise certain questions. And that's essentially why I kind of came in with a fire. I was kind of irritated on that. So now I have to scramble around and try to find a way to stave them off until my school money comes in, because they it's another thing they know. They know I'm getting school. I get school money that I turn into bills and turn into sustainability while I build up that cushion working. Like I wouldn't even be in this situation if my truck didn't break down. Or if my truck broke down and I had the money to get my truck fixed or do the work on my truck, to where I was only missing like 2 weeks of being able to work and not coming up on 2 months. Because I'm basically going to be buying a Facebook marketplace car, be able to just go back and do some type of work. Because I'm not applying for some BS job. I'm not working at some Walmart, McDonald's job when I can work for myself, making just as much money with all the stress and savings. I could save myself all the stress working at those jobs for managers who don't care about me as a person, but care about the business. I don't care. I don't care about these companies enough. I never did, but what little I did care it doesn't exist anymore. I have no loyalty to anyone. None of you deserve any loyalty from anyone. So I'm not going to give it away freely. Prove to me why I should listen to any of these people. Prove to me why I should to put my faith and trust into the government. Hell no. I don't trust not a single one of you. So yeah.
Enter as Exhibit 3, a letter dated August 1st, 2025, from Chairman Comer to David Oscar Marcus.
So is it just him talking the whole time?
Continue its good faith negotiations and postpone Ms. Maxwell's deposition pending the resolution of her Supreme Court petition. I will enter as Exhibit 4, a letter dated January 20th, 2026 from, or 2025, or excuse me, 2026, from David Oscar Marcus to Chairman Comer, outlining that his client still intended to invoke her Fifth Amendment rights. The committee noticed today's deposition on February 4th, 2026. I will enter the notice for this deposition as Exhibit 5. Can the witness please state her name and spell her last name for the record?
But before she does that, this is David Marcus, and I just wanted to introduce her and make a brief statement. So,
who the fuck are you, guy? Who are you? On my advice, that's her attorney. That's her attorney. Check his hard drive. Marcus Kumquat. Check his hard drive. I don't even know who the hell he is. Check his hard drive. I bet that dude's doing some shady shit. He might not be doing some shady shit, but he's protecting some shady people. Yeah, and she would not like to answer any questions. Yeah, bullshit. No. Again, it's a bunch of nonsense. This right this is what I mean by nothing is going to happen. It's going to be a bunch of this. Upon my advice, because I'm a scumbag lawyer who protects evil criminal people, I told her to just be silent. Invoke your Fifth Amendment right. Be silent. Dude, he shouldn't be allowed to practice law. Nope. Nope, he should not. He's a criminal himself.
Sidebar, presented by Law.
Oh, we already saw that. Basically just... Again, you got this saying that... Basically taking the FBI for what it's saying. Oh, we found no evidence of a sex ring with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, well, nope, that's all she said. No sex ring. Nothing to see here, folks. Go back to normal. She's going to invoke her Fifth Amendment rights and just continue to do so until whoever sympathetic she gets, because that's what's going to happen. They're going to end it. They're going to go off record. She's going to get her petition heard. And then the judge is going to be like, okay, you know what? I do feel like it was unfair. You're free to go. And then she's going to disappear. She'll be right into the wind. Again, nothing is going to ever get done. Nothing. Nothing will ever be done. Again, don't put your trust and faith in these people. They're going to lead you into places you don't want to be. Yeah, that's what we talked about. We already talked about most all these. We could probably start pulling some of these off of here. What was this?
So the Atlantic posted I guess an article here, what everyone assumes about Jeffrey Epstein. The Epstein files reveal that plenty of powerful people tolerated or participated in disgusting, shameful, and even criminal behavior, but that they also bolster the case that there was never any grand conspiracy, this person argues. Man, this is the great fake child sex trafficking
I remember this, watching
epidemic.
this. I'm just like, you got to be kidding me, man. This is why it'll never,
Man.
nothing will ever be done. You got these people like Caitlin Tiffany just spreading propaganda.
That's what they do.
This is propaganda.
It is. It's what they do. And what is this here? I'm gonna read it. You scroll down to in death. Epstein has taken on far more significance. Wait, what? Let me see.
I don't remember.
What does it even mean to be in the Epstein files? In the case of Jeffrey Epstein, association seems to imply guilt, and so the release of the so-called
Yes, it does. And here's why. You knew what he was doing. I showed him how to get on the bed. I showed him it's not that scary up there. And now it's one of his favorite things to do is play on the bed. He likes to go in, get on the bed, run around the bed, climb up into his little tower in the bed, climb down his tower in the bed, run around the bed, jump down, and he does that. He likes to just play and run circles on the bed now, since I showed him. I gotta take these pants off. My belt line is sweaty. Yeah, I can feel it all the way around my waist. Oh, man.
The
So-called Epstein files.
guys, guys,
Yeah.
man, I really, I really feel bad for this. It's sad. It really is.
It's such a dumb article.
Oh my fucking god. 100% a PDF? Maybe. I have no idea. Epstein Files is generating a wave of firings, resignation, and public apologies. The health influencer Peter Attia had to resign from his protein bar company after emails showed him participating in crude banter with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yep.
Yeah. CBS News,
Rightfully
where
so.
Attia was recently hired as a contributor, pulled a 60-minute segment featuring him. Brad Karp, who in one email Epstein gushed, "You're amazing," is stepping down as a chair of the law firm. Well, I mean, has it ever occurred to you that maybe there's a reason why they're stepping down and why this is happening?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like,
Mitchell, who's now
if your
92 years
reaction
old,
is
presided
like
over
that,
the negotiation
then
of the
there
Good
might be
Friday
something
Agreement
you're
and served as the
hiding.
school's chancellor for a decade. And Queen's
And
University.
the crazy thing is if you had a perfectly platonic relationship and you were just looking the other way, you should be able to explain that. And again, if you have nothing to hide and you stand firm, you should be able to just come out with it and talk about it. You should be able to come out with it, talk about it, and say, yeah, I look the other way. And it's because I don't care about people. I don't care about human beings. They're nothing but meat sacks that are deserving of being taken advantage of. If that's how you really feel about humans, stop. Why are you hiding behind it? Why do you hide behind this fake facade to pretend you care about humans? Because if you knew what he was doing, but you were just like, man, whatever, it's not me, I'm not worried about it, then say that. I knew what he was doing. Why didn't you bring it to the authorities? Because for one, I don't care about people enough to really care that justice is served. Just say that. I mean, you're still going to be exiled, but you at least be exiled for a reason. You'll know why you're being exiled. You just won't be able to hide behind your, well, I just talked to him in an email. That's not so bad. Well, in so many words, kind of admitting that you knew what kind of person he was. You just kept your friendship up because, again, if you hate people that much that you knew what he was doing and you just don't care, I mean, it still makes you an awful person, but at least you won't be labeled as a sex criminal. Because whether you get charged for the crime or not, I mean, you're not explaining it. Like, just say the words. Say, I hate you. I hate you all. I only care about this tiny little group of people up here. And if we could, we would enslave you all and never have to hear from you. If that's how you really feel, then say that. Stop hiding. Because I'll tell you, I don't care about people enough to think this is ever going to change. That's how much I don't care about people. I don't care about people enough that I know that none of this is going to change. None of it. It's going to continue. and forever. People are just going to continue to talk about it. Nothing's going to change. Nothing will be different. So I can't care. I can't afford to care. I'm on my way to being kicked out of my home for even showing any type of caring, because it doesn't make money. Caring about it doesn't make money. And that's kind of the point they're trying to tell us all. If you stop caring so much about all this, you might make more money. Unless you're being paid to care about it. Like, unless you're able to make money on caring about it, then stop caring about it, go back to work, because it'll never change. And no matter how much you care about it, it won't ever change it.
What's up, bud? Love you.
We know it's not ever going to change. I'm kind of being a hypocrite on it. But that's just how I feel. I'm at my breaking point of it. I'm just watching it unfold, trying to bring notice to stuff, but seeing it fall flat. I'm losing. I'm losing. Part of it's because I don't fall in line. I hate being told I shouldn't be doing that. I'm not breaking the law. I'm not doing anything illegal. But yeah, I still get told I shouldn't be doing that. Instead, I get told, you need to just do what everybody else is doing. Why everybody else is doing it? Why can't you do it? Why is it so hard for you to do what everybody else is finding easy to do? I don't know. I truly don't know. I can't begin to answer even that question. Which is why I don't do what everybody else is doing. What everybody else is doing seems to be being okay with this. Talking about how, like, basically saying, oh, yeah, we should just go ahead and believe the FBI. Nothing was found in those files. Like, we need to just go back to normal. I remember this.
Tyler Oliveira went to Jeffrey Epstein's island.
That's me running towards the satanic temple of the evil billionaire Jeffrey Epstein on his private island swarming with security.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're being detected. Shoot me if you dare! What are you hiding, Epstein? Made it to the U.S. Virgin Islands. Epstein, where are you? So the first part of the scheme was to get our hands on 2 jet skis while being goofy tourist vloggers asking if there were any nearby islands we should take a look at while we toured the ocean. Should we go through Little James and Big James, or those no-nos?
No, don't go through there.
They'll shoot us.
Don't go through there.
Somebody's island.
Oh,
It's somebody's
private
island.
Yeah.
By the government?
No, private.
What would happen? Not that we would ever do that.
I don't know, but you don't want to find out.
Easy.
You don't want to find out. Yeah, I
We're
bet.
good.
You watch Netflix a lot, right?
No.
It's good for you.
Okay, all right.
Good for you.
Captain Isaac, we're out. We're gonna go straight there and then right. I'm on the jet ski. We have this for like 5 hours. We need to do this quick before we get detected by authorities and our jet ski guys, because they're super sussed out by me. We're headed to Epstein's Island. What could go wrong? And after 15 minutes,
Bro. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of whenever I would get on like a Warcraft beta and I would try to go out of bounds. You know?
I had made it to Epstein Island, Little James.
That's where all the game masters are.
I don't know who's there, what security measures they're taking. There's probably government watching, and there might be personal security on the island. As I got
going
closer
on
to the
adventure,
island,
yeah.
it was clear I wasn't alone. Okay, we have made it to the island.
Oh
Look at that
my
sign.
God.
Private property, no trespassing.
He's about
And
to
there
trespass.
is Epstein Island. Little
Honestly, like, we gotta admit, whenever his password was #1 island, I gotta believe him. This place is nice.
It's a huge island. It's insane.
Damn.
Like how rich do you have to be to own that big of an island?
Yeah.
and why?
There's
We gotta
literally
buy
someone
it.
right there on the island. Okay, we have more people. Look, it's a whole operation out here. Look at
Security.
this.
Wow,
A
look at
golf
all
cart.
that.
People that work here. We have a dog. Who is this man? Okay, we have another person, bigger woman, and her dog.
Probably security or maintenance, but hired by who? A new owner? The government? I'm not sure. And it turns out Epstein's Island is for sale by Epstein's estate for over $125 million.
See, we gotta buy we gotta maybe do like a fundraiser or something to buy.
We gotta
to buy
go
the
fund me
island.
that.
What y'all think?
Why is there still so much security on the island if he's dead? And what
Yeah.
are the owners of Epstein's Island still hiding?
Are they headed in the right
Uh-oh.
direction? This is a little bit eerie. With a
That was
giant
George Bush.
Woman. And now they are leaving.
George
We're gonna have
Bush.
to beach somewhere else. We're gonna have to do this quick.
We need to get in and out, or we're gonna get shot.
Yeah.
I'm convinced. Boss is gonna whip out the drone, see how many people are on the island itself.
Oh,
I've
that's
already
smart.
seen 4 people.
Yeah.
Launch the drone. Go, my child. Find the truth. Inspect the area.
There you go.
Well, at
Go, my
first, it seems
child.
like a
Find the
Damn,
truth.
look at that place.
Damn.
Holy shit. Look at that house.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
normal island a billionaire might abandon. Once
Damn.
the drone flies in a little closer, you begin to notice these carts driving across the island. But who are they and what are they protecting? And then, once the drone started getting closer
GTA.
to the
Wait, yo,
So-
what happened? Yo. What happened? Like, they painted over it. They got rid of it. Damn.
temple, this weird white building on the highest point of the island where people believe it was used for evil satanic rituals, our drone
Yeah.
began to experience unexplainable signal interference.
RF signal interference.
We lost it, so we've lost the drone. They've interfered with the drone.
They don't have control.
Now, it's important to note that in the last known footage of this temple,
Yeah.
Some
They painted
dude,
it white.
Some random fucking guy shows up. Oh my God.
the temple
So
was painted
they probably
in this
painted
blue
all-
gold
not
pattern,
long.
and there's a
Yeah.
giant sundial adjacent to it. This now means that the sundial was recently removed and the temple was completely repainted white.
So you're telling me they got
Did
rid
they
of
take
all
away the
symbols?
dome? They took away the dome too. They took the dome off of it. I was wondering what building that was and why he was freaking out about it. I mean, look at the ladder.
Temple was completely repainted white.
So you're telling me they got rid of all the symbols and all of the occult icons? That's smart.
But the question is, what are they covering up? And
J.E.
then I saw this. See a guy building right there. Look, literally right
Who's
there.
that?
Look, look, look. Yep, there is another golf cart coming this way. Oh, it's going to get the drone. Okay, don't get caught, Pasha. There he is. There he is. Who is this man? Who is this man right here?
Who he
We're gonna
be?
storm the beach like Normandy right now, get on the island, and hopefully not get shot or apprehended. After barely pulling the drone back in, after losing signal, and confirming this place was swarming with what we believe to be armed security, it was time to storm the beach like Normandy. There's the temple! And that
They're going to try to go into Jeffrey Epstein's satanic temple. You got to give it to this guy, man. Like, he really will do fucking anything. This is I would be afraid to do this. I'm gonna be honest. Like,
it's not that
There's
bad.
a lot of things I would not be willing to do this.
I would.
I would never do this.
I would.
This shit is insane.
I would. But I'm too poor
Somebody
for
says
anything
Nick
like
Shirley
this.
should go there to investigate if there's any fraud. Yeah, I went into the temple and they had a receipt from the United
They
States
said
of America to
they were
Israel
claiming
for,
75 kids in here.
$134 billion.
They're taking in $300 million a year. They said they have like 75 kids in here. They're claiming 75 kids here.
Wait.
Was exactly where I was headed.
Shut it down.
Mysterious stairway, almost like it's inviting us to enter. Okay, we have another no
It's like a
trespassing
video
sign
game.
right there. No trespassing sign right there.
And after
Like
a
Rust.
full peripheral scope of the island, it was now time to infiltrate.
For pizza? Wait, what? What pizza is $1 billion?
I'm on the island. The temple's behind me.
Why would a country order pizza?
Look. There's the arches right there.
Oh my God. Why would somebody want to eat a pizza that's 8 years old? Yeah.
Fucking turn.
I had made it to the beach undetected, and I was headed towards the temple. Now with this temple,
All right. First mission accomplished. Like this would be like first objective. Like this is where he hits a.
Get on the
if this is
beach.
a video game, he would just hit a checkpoint.
Yeah.
Right here.
His save point. He would
was
hit
the
his
source
save
of the
point.
signal interference. It was only
Checkpoint.
logical that there might be something
Save.
hiding there
Make sure to save
waiting
the
for
game.
me to find. And keep in mind, this
Save the
is
game.
a
There's
rough
loot.
map of the island.
Dude, there's
right
loot
now,
up there
I'm
now.
here, and this is where I'm headed,
Isn't,
forcing me.
wait, what is this here? What did it say? Tunnel into the hill.
Oh, that's cool.
All right.
This is where I'm headed, forcing me to
Yeah.
essentially sneak up a
I
cliff.
bet there's
to
a bunch of
hopefully avoid
collection items
security.
on there.
Don't get fucking arrested. Jesus Christ. Using all the skills I learned from playing video games right now.
That's right. So, yeah, look, top of the hill. That's smart. Look how beautiful this place is.
Mm-hmm.
This is amazing. Like that's what's weird is like, I mean, if I had an island like this, like the last thing that I would be thinking about doing is like getting into trouble that would like get me arrested.
Right.
Like I would be like, okay, this is good.
But
Like
then
I don't
again,
want to fuck anything
would he
up,
be
right?
there
Like,
if he
this is
wasn't
great.
doing that stuff?
You know what I mean?
That's the Schrodinger's
It's like you
question
get
about it is if you had an island like this, like it would be dumb to do anything that would jeopardize that. But would he have this island if he wasn't doing stuff like that?
nice new car, you want to park it inside the garage. You don't want to leave it out in front of your fucking house.
The hill. We have not been detected yet, which is surprising. There's the drone in the air.
Yeah.
There's Tyler.
And my basic strategy here is to find something to hide behind, regain my breath, and then run as fast as I can, slowly making progress to the temple and avoiding security along the way.
See, what he should have done, like this is, if this would have been better, is he could have used a camouflage thing. Like he could have gone through like, you know, like one of those fucking Desert Storm ghillie suits.
Yeah, good luck trying to hide that from the jet ski guys. It'll be a little bit harder to hide from the jet ski guys.
I think we've been detected. Oh. We've gotten to the side. I've not been detected yet. I see this.
The bungalows.
Right there.
Get in there, lose aggro. He lose aggro right now.
Let's keep this in mind.
Just get up there.
Slowly but surely. Okay, we're going up. We're going up.
Okay.
Okay. There's the temple. Might just climb up the hill. Let's see if I can get it. Okay, let's do this. Once I go up there, I'm kind of screwed. I don't want to get shot. It's probably be loud.
And with my massive calves, I scaled up the side of a literal mountain to Epstein's temple.
You're running down the main road, man. That's how you get run over in DayZ.
Cinema. Insane. Just, bro, are you kidding me? Absolute cinema. walking up to Jeffrey Epstein's temple. Wow.
That's how you get run over on the main road.
Still somehow
Look at him.
undetected.
Wow. Better Mission Impossible? Yeah.
Undetected this far still. You think they'd buy security cameras or something?
With only the open road standing between me and the temple, it was time to go for it.
Okay, we made it to the temple. We made it to the temple.
Wait, was that a bird?
Look like a drone.
Okay, we made it.
That's a drone.
That's a drone. Look.
That's
I mean,
a
to be
drone.
fair, that's probably their drone, but still. Yeah,
It's probably that drone.
Look at the angle.
This is the temple where crazy stuff went down.
Oh my god.
They even got it boarded
Into
up in the
belly
front.
of the beast.
Look at this. Look at this. Blocked off by steel. Blocked off by wood. Pasha, over there. Come on, Tyler. God, if you're alive, protect me. Came through there, weaved my way all the way up to here.
Damn.
There's a giant.
So the entire thing is boarded up with fucking plywood and metal.
cliff here, by the
Come
way.
on now.
Giant cliff, and then everything's boarded off.
If you're not hiding
place looks
anything, and it does,
painted.
to be honest, I'd say they may have just pulled the dome down and built that around it. I think the temple still exists. They built that around the temple.
It used to be blue and yellow. A ladder right here,
Yeah.
almost as if they just repainted the place. This is literally
No.
pure white now. Someone took a dump right
See,
there.
that's
This is like-
paneling. Those are long sheet paneling. This is like Legos built around as a casing around the temple itself. The temple's inside here. Guarantee you, the temple is inside this. They didn't paint over this. They built this around the temple.
place where evil things went down. In this
Nope.
temple right here, there used to be a giant sun compass that was removed.
Yeah, well,
There's a
that-
bonfire right here. Maybe where they burned people alive, or
Yeah, I mean, you never know, right? I mean, it could be that.
a sun compass that was removed. Apparently, there's a bonfire right here.
Yeah.
Maybe where they burned people alive,
True.
or not. Got up here
not.
successfully undetected. There's no, what? There's that. There's like a speaker right there.
Yeah.
But beyond that, seems to be low-level security right now. Okay, there's a sailboat coming in, right there. That's not what we want to see. Right now, it's a race against time. Hopefully, I don't go to jail. Horrid things went down here. Look at all these benches. Very out of place benches, right? You have benches right here, bench right there, bench right there, bench right there. Look at that. This makes no sense. I'm gonna go
To
back
an
down,
open
see if we
little
can examine
area.
the estate. This time I might have to go blitzkrieg. Now I just need to run. My pants are literally falling off. Looks like an unfinished construction pathway. Let's see what's inside. I don't know where all the security went. I've yet to remain detected. They might be on their lunch break. Losing out right now.
Uh-oh.
Just can't breathe. Behind this rock. Behind this giant. Oh my god.
Damn.
I don't like that rock.
I feel like that's the kind of rock that would fall on you. I do.
Yeah.
Appears to be. Oh my god.
Oh,
Security right in its face.
hold up.
Aggro.
Oh, shit.
Like GTA police.
Run. Oh, he's not fast enough on foot. Fast boy.
As I ran away from security, I saw this.
Oh no. They got me.
Uh-oh.
Need to run.
Now, security was right behind me, going full speed in my direction.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I mean, this guy's in shape, man. He's running a lot.
He said, "Oh no." Hey, this is what cardio does for you. This is why we need to get back to pedestrianism. So when we infiltrate some places, we can run away.
That's a lot, man. That'd be hot.
I can't exactly understand what they're saying, but they're screaming at me the whole time.
Yep. Wait, is he literally... Wait, no shot. No shot. He's got two separate vehicles after him. And is he gonna go into the water and try to fucking get away on
GTA
the
swim
jet ski?
away?
On the jet ski? Or what is it called?
The jet ski?
What a jet ski. Yeah, jet ski. There you go.
Oh, I'm done. We're done.
No, I'm good.
We're good.
We're good. I'm out of here.
We made it down here. Once we get to the beaches, We're good.
He said we're good.
You seeing this?
Nice pool. Really nice pool.
They're not as fast as me though. Gotta keep going. Been training for this day. Just keep it.
Oh my.
As I began to run away, Pasha notices this, pulls the drone in, and begins zooming over on his jet ski to pick me up, right as I unknowingly approach a cliff. And at this moment, it looked like I had no choice but to jump.
No.
Yes.
Going down.
This is some James Bond shit right here. The getaway.
Going into the water.
This is insane.
Pick me up.
Oh my god. Boat secure. Oh no.
This is the whole ass GTA mission. Jeez.
You have to apprehend me. I'm swimming as fast as I can. Waiting for Pasha to pick me up. Come on, Pasha.
Well, you can't get me. I'm in international waters now.
Oh my god.
Crimes averted. Crimes averted.
What are you hiding, Epstein?
No way. His boy picks him up.
Waiting on Pasha to get away.
No
There's
way.
Pasha with the jet ski. There's my.
No fucking way.
Oh, I haven't watched this. This is good. This is good.
This is amazing.
All right, we're making out. You're gonna tip.
Oh my god.
All right, easy. They thought they could get me. Grab the handle.
Wow.
All right, go, 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 go! We escaped with all the footage! Untouched! I breathe air! You suck! But as we zoomed back and
suck.
made our way to the airport, I saw this. I think we're being followed by a Fed right now.
Oh
think
my
we're being
god.
followed by a Fed
so
right
this
now?
is an older video, but yeah, Tyler Oliveira apparently went to Epstein's Island. Well, not apparently. It's pretty obvious it happened. So I don't even know what to say. That was awesome. That was amazing. I loved it. Yeah, Dead Island. Yeah, Epstein Island. Holy fucking shit. The hottest new video game
funny.
of the year. Escape from Epstein Island.
Oh, that was good. I wanted to see this. What you doing, Floofer? Can you not chew the floor, bud? Hey. Hey. I see you. Can I get through this newscast? Would that be okay with you, man? Can I get through the newscast? Oh, this lady. That's why I was thinking Guthrie. Mixed up the two names. Veronica Guthrie and Nancy Guthrie. The G names.
Are following new developments this evening regarding the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie. Take a close look at this video. This is who federal law enforcement officials want to speak to. The FBI released this surveillance footage showing a masked, armed individual outside of the home of Nancy Guthrie, tampering with her home security camera on the morning of her disappearance. The person is wearing a ski mask, backpack, and gloves, and has what appears to be a handgun of some type in a holster at the waist. Now, some of the images are a little bit clearer as well. We're going to cycle through them in a little bit, but just to remind everybody, Nancy Guthrie has not been seen since the night of January 31st when she was dropped off outside of her home. In a timeline,
this person walks and what they were wearing, they're asking the individual to give them a call.
The white dude
offering a
looks like a white dude.
$50,000 reward. Their tip number 1-800-CALL-FBI.
what are we hearing from the Guthrie family?
Well, the video overall is very chilling to watch, and they are making it clear they do not know who this person is. Within the last 24 hours, they are making it clear.
Trying to see. This looks like it could be one of those straps that go across the chest. I wish they would let it play. Shut up and let it play. Let's see. I guess we're going to have to do it our way. Guthrie ring cam. Okay. Well, it looks like we're not going to get it that way. Oh. They light-skinned at the darkest. Oh, Hillary. See, they're not giving good, like, I just want to see the footage. I don't care about your diagnosis of the footage, your analysis of the footage. Like wearing the yeah, those are cook gloves. They're wearing a pair of gloves with a pair of cook gloves over top of them. Unless they got just fat ass hands. No, actually, no. They're wearing... This is just straight cook gloves over their hands. Those aren't even like O.J. Simpson gloves. Those are just straight chef's gloves, cook's gloves. Coat don't look cheap. Good. Let me get a good look at that coat. Let me slow it down. I'll ask you this question just to get it in AI mode. No. Nope. Let's see. Yeah. With it only being black and white, it's kind of hard to pinpoint. There we go. See if we can get something a little closer. It appears to be a fleece. It looks like a fleece fabric. This shot right here was really good. A really good shot at the fabric itself. You see its hairs? Little hairs coming off of it. Very subtle, fine hairs. Piece. Jacket. Right. Mid section. Start with there. So kind of looks like that, but more but thicker, more like a winter. Men's winter coat. Tear it down. Nope, that's too thick. We're getting closer with stuff like this. We have really close with stuff like this because it's got the look of one of these type of coats. What is this? No, well, not that one. This. These are Dick's. This is from Dick's. So let's do that. Let's grab this. Actually, want to grab this too because these sleeve edges look like it as well. So we want men. Jacket. There's a skin suit shit. I should have known what a Gore-Tex is. I got it. We had those in the army. Weird. Like here. This. Products no longer available. But it's a Gore-Tex type coat. Because it's got that weird thing across, but that coat in this video doesn't have the pockets. Doesn't look like it has the pockets. Yeah. That looks like it's just like a Walmart backpack. Like a crappy $2 Walmart backpack. Try and see the pockets. Because you can see the pockets on the sides. It's a side-waisted pockets. Kind of looks like a for a moment, it's got the look of one of those varsity coats. Might have been his gun in his pocket. Got a little light in his mouth. Why did you cut out that? Why did you cut out the section of him walking back? The camera itself's not going to cut that out.
Yeah, I'll go over it with you. You can see it on the board there, but at about 5:32 p.m., these are approximate times. 5:32 p.m., Nancy travels to her local family's home for dinner and playing games with the family. It just
Yeah, this is the same footage. It cuts out that him walking back up. And this is all going to be the same regurgitated footage.
What appeared to be leather gloves while covering the camera. Patel said the individual appeared to be armed and was
those aren't leather
actively
gloves.
tampering with the
Those
device.
are
Two additional
those
videos
rubber
show the
chef
person
gloves.
placing branches over the doorbell camera to block its view.
The leather gloves, you would see the stitching on the edges. I mean, that's how I can tell you they're not. They're chef gloves. They're the black chef gloves. And it's because of the fact that there's no stitching anywhere at all. You can see it the whole time.
Gloves while covering the camera.
You would see stitching around one of the sides, on the palm somewhere. You would see stitching somewhere on these gloves if they were a leather glove. No, they're not. They're chef gloves. They're the gloves you buy at like Walmart or something for food prep. People that work in butchers' shops use them. Every restaurant I've ever worked at after 2010 use those gloves. That's what they are. They're rubber. They're the rubber or the latex gloves. Powderless latex gloves. Yeah, and they're just going to do the same jumping around. The same jumping around. Not sure. Not really sure. The coat is one thing. If they can pinpoint the coat, because the boots, they're too far away to really see the boots. He's wearing boots. He's not wearing tennis shoes. Let me go back to this one up here. Can you move your box? Yeah, those don't look like regular tennis shoes. Let me get a look at them again. The coat. Coat is the most prominent thing. They can pinpoint that coat, that type of coat. Because it's hard to tell if they're boots. There is a symbol on the back side of the boots. As he starts to walk away, you can see it right there. You see the reflection of it right there. So they might be boots. They kind of look like boots, but it's hard to tell. Again, this one does the same thing. It jumps over. I don't think this is a light color. I think this is a reflective material. And it looks like it goes up into a turtleneck zipper. It zips all the way up to under the chin. If they can find the company that makes that style coat, they may not be able, because it looks brand new. It looks like a brand new coat. But it's definitely a fleece coat. You can tell by this shot right here. Right there. You can tell it's fleece. And that's why I said if he's wearing leather gloves, he's wearing them underneath these rubber gloves, which could be giving it that weird lining. But those gloves, those rubber gloves, they're hard pressed, so they have just creases up certain parts of them where they've been pressed. Like this right here would be one of those creases. You don't see any stitching at all. Not around the thumb, not around there, not around the edge of this side of the hand. If those were regular leather gloves, you would see some type of stitching somewhere. It's going to be hard to figure out who this is for sure. Can't tell if he's wearing boots or shoes. You can't, and even if you were to pinpoint his coat to what coat it is, you'd have to find and track down every single person who's bought that coat in that area, who has that coat in that area. A lot of police work if you're going to go that route. I mean, that doesn't look like a kind of holster is that? That looks fabric. It looked like a fabric holster. Didn't look like it was hardened plastic. It could be. We'll just go with hip hole. No. It's long too. It's really long. Need to get us a good view of it. See how we can do with that. Since we're about to run multi-window. Blend. All right, so that holster. Oh wait, we'll throw in fabric. See, it's got a specific name. Uncle Mike. It looks like that. It really looks like that. Like that. That's like identical. Sidekick. It looks like that, but older. Like older style. Definitely, I would say it's definitely an Uncle Mike's holster. Definitely an Uncle Mike's holster. It looks not exactly like that, but it's got that style. It's long, bulky. Not gonna be a belt. Yeah, it's definitely an Uncle Mike's holster. And what I'm gonna do. Could be very hard to track this dude down. It's a very widely purchased holster. Camo black. So that's probably tan with a black finish. What about tan with a black? I doubt it's going to be the camo one, for the simple fact that you would see the camo. That is just a pattern that cannot be missed even by a night vision camera. You would see this pattern. You might not see the coloring, but you would see the pattern. And it would show up with the black trim, but you would see the pattern as a black and a white pattern. That's why I'm asking it about tan, is because the only way, if something that's not more widely produced, this being light in color really narrows it down. It really, really narrows it down. Because you would you wouldn't be able to buy these. When I say massively produced, I mean being able to go to a store and pick it up. Because stores don't buy but a few specialty items because they know they're not going to have that turnover as if they would for the mass-produced ones, the camos and the black. So they're going to stock their shelves full of the camo and the black. The website is where you're going to find the tan and the white. That's why I asked it those specific questions, because in order to find the tan and the white, you're going to have to order it online. If you order it online, that's going to be a little bit of a more narrow scope, because then you can narrow in people in the area who just recently, like you can just start off with obviously a massive umbrella within the last 6 months. Find out what that number is of people who bought the tan and white, tan and black, or the white and black. You take it from there and say, okay, that's massive. And so you can kind of dwindle it in from there. And you can coincide it with other purchases of fleece coats, purchases of boxes of these latex gloves. So the latex gloves are going to be harder. Anything that's going to be bought at a store, unless that store keeps constant footage and receipt of what people bought, it's going to be harder to go with what's purchased from a store you walk into. That's why I'm looking for items that are more specialty, like this coat. If this coat can't be bought from a store you can walk into, you have to buy it on the internet. And if you have to buy it on the internet, that paper trail lasts a lot longer, and it's a lot thicker too. Yes, millions of people make purchases every day. But if you narrow down the website in which the coat is sold from, because no matter where it's marketed from, like millions of websites are going to market the coat, but there's only going to be a few websites that are selling the coat. So you'll be able to narrow the coat down to a couple websites. Hey, do you have purchase information for all of these people with this that bought this coat from your website? Do you have purchase information for all the people who bought this holster from your website? And that's why I'm asking specific questions about specific things. Like the coat is one. And it looks like it could be a coat you could buy from Walmart or wherever. But I don't see any insignia on it. And most everything, like fleece-wise, you buy at Walmart, it's got some type of insignia. It doesn't look like a North Face or one of those high-dollar ones, one of those popular high-dollar ones. But it doesn't look like it's cheap. And it looks like it's fairly new or upkept. This whole outfit, to be honest with you, this whole outfit looks clean. Looks like a very clean outfit. Like, just purchased today because I'm about to commit a crime. The backpack looks like the most weathered thing. So I'd say this outfit is, it's not going to have much age on it. Even that balaclava mask is not going to have much age on it. Probably not even the flashlights in his mouth. But it's definitely, he's definitely got one of this kind of holster. Because, I mean, you see they make all different types of them. Same holster, just different styles. Ready. Call my brother. I'm going to take like a 10-minute break. I got to call my brother. So I'll be back. Listen to some tunes. Because they won't be on the past, bro. need a little bit more time. I'm trying to figure out rent because my apartment complex is they're trying to kick me out. I'm only late by 10 days in February, and they're like talking about drilling out the locks and forcing me to pay for it. Essentially, they're trying to kick me out within the next 2 days is what they're trying to do. Because I'm 10 days late on rent. Well, when it's all said and done, I'll be 2 weeks late, but we're still in February. We're still in February. It should be illegal for them to give me notices like that with that kind of like those are very aggressive notices. And it should be illegal for them to do stuff like that. And if I wasn't poor, I would sue this company out of existence. I'd rope in every single person that works for them, works for this apartment complex. I would sue them all. I would put them all on the unemployment line. Go figure something else out. You don't get to work in an industry that's supposed to be for people, and you do everything against people. They've done nothing but harass me. They've done nothing but treat me like I'm a criminal. They've let my car be stolen twice. They let criminals move in any of these apartments, cause all kinds of problems, have police over here constantly. They want to squander the money we give them. It's just disgusting. It's truly disgusting. It's why I want to move out of this country. I want to move out of this country. Every country's going to have their own financial problems, but at least I know there are other countries that aren't going to try to bury me under financial turmoil. They aren't protecting pedophiles while trying to bury the citizens under the finance system. I hate this country for this. I hate this country for this very reason. They protect the wrong people and they bury the wrong people. Yes, I'm at your whim. I'm at your whim. I agree. I don't know why I need to be turned into some fucking hold him up in the fucking air. Like, look at this guy. Look at this guy. I'm fucking agreeing to it. Would you like me to fucking write up a contract for it? If I didn't need to ask anybody for fucking anything, I would ask nobody for fucking anything. I'd pretend like nobody exists but me. But no, I can't seem to get a fucking foot ahead of fucking anything in this fucking world. So I'm stuck asking fucking help from anybody. I would love nothing more to never fucking ask for anybody for a fucking thing in the world. Ever. Because everyone seems to love to play the fucking I'm better. You're asking me for help. That much means I'm much better. No, you're fucking lucky. You're all fucking lucky. Like the people that if you are in good standing, count your fucking lucky stars. Count your lucky stars. If you're in good standing of any fucking thing anywhere ever, count your stars. Not kidding. I just need to move out of this fucking country until they fix all this bullshit. I'm done fighting for any of this shit. I don't care about any of it anymore. I'm just fed up with it. They're trying to drive me to kill my fucking self in this fucking country. I don't want to be here in this fucking country anymore. I want nothing more than to fucking leave this fucking shithole of a fucking country. They protect pedophiles here. They try to bury all the fucking hardworking people underneath all the fucking bullshit in this fucking country. I don't want to be here anymore. I want to move out of this fucking country. I don't want to fucking be here anymore. I'm tired of fucking trying to fight for stupid fucking ignorant fucking people here. They're never gonna fucking listen to anything. You're gonna make a fucking joke and a fucking mockery of every goddamn thing here. I'm so fucking sick of being here. And even if they fucking catch this fucking guy, what do you think they're gonna fucking do? Nothing. They're gonna put him on a fucking dog and pony show called a fake bullshit ass trial. Family's not gonna get any type of fucking closure. But they're still gonna be out millions of dollars. This shit won't fucking ever change in this fucking country. Scumbags are going to be allowed to do whatever the fuck they want. They're going to constantly be protected by our fucking justice system. I'm just fucking tired of being here. And I'll be damned if I let this fucking country drive me to my fucking death. All the retarded fucking people that they want here, you can have it. You can have this stupid fucking country. You won't get a fucking... I won't fight you over it. I'm gonna chill, sit back, and let you fucking have it. And I'm just gonna look for my fucking out of here. All I have to do is get money, submit my fucking passport submit for my fucking passport, and then fucking leave. Fucking leave. Because that's about where I'm at now. Ready to fucking just get the fuck out of here. Like, no matter what I fucking do, I can't get ahead at all.
search warrant affidavit was unsealed this afternoon in the FBI raid on Fulton County's election hub.
Court records show federal investigators are looking into deficiencies in Fulton County's 2020 vote count. 11 Alive's Gilad Melamed live outside of the Fulton County Government Center where county leaders are responding to that affidavit. So Gilad, what did they have to say here? Fulton.
A search warrant affidavit was unsealed this afternoon in the FBI raid on Fulton County's election hub.
Court records show federal investigators are looking into deficiencies in Fulton County's 2020 vote count. 11 Alive's Gilad Melamed live.
Why are we still talking about this? Are we serious?
Are responding to
is this really what's needed with our time in government? Is to be still worried about the stupid 2020 election? Are you going to be able to? Are you going to go back in time to rewrite history? You're not actually going to hold anybody accountable for who was involved. You're just going to make another dog and pony show mockery of everything, pretending like you're doing something. That car's getting towed.
Affidavit. So Gilad, what did they have to say here?
Fulton County Chairman Rob Pitt says this is a merry-go-round because this affidavit is bringing up accusations that have already been debunked. He also says he has no doubt this is politically motivated. As for the FBI, their main focus in this affidavit are two elections-related laws that they believe may have been violated. That first law is retention and preservation of elections records, and the second is deprivation of a fair election. The FBI says it is probable cause that there's been electoral impropriety related to voting and ballot counting. No specific person is listed as potentially violating laws. The document lists 5 points that the FBI says its investigation is focusing on related to ballot scanning and counting. The affidavit then goes on to say the documents seized from the elections hub would corroborate whether records were destroyed and or if ballots were improperly counted. County Chairman Rob Pitt says the affidavit is full of rumors and lies, and every time a review is done of the 2020 election, the county comes up clean. Pitt says he's
again at this point, who cares? Why are we still worried about the 2020 election? That's 6 years ago. Who cares? This is not a good use of federal resources. This is a waste of taxpayer dollars. Who cares? You're not going to do anything to the people who were involved. You're going to arrest normal people for doing what they were told. You're not going to do anything to the public officials that told those people to do what they did. That held the giant 50-ounce steak in front of their face and said, do this and you get this. We get starved out. You could buy us off with a chicken sandwich. This is not a good use of federal resources. This is a waste of time, a waste of taxpayer dollars, and it will serve no purpose because the real culprits will not be held accountable at all. So what is it all for? It's for naught. It's for nothing. It is a waste of time. It's people doing what people do best, and that's gloat over something that they have no reason to gloat over.
Been in touch with leaders in other cities like Philadelphia and Detroit, where President Trump has suggested nationalizing elections.
I might not. At this rate, I might not even worry about going to Ohio State to finish out for my bachelor's degree. I think I'm just going to take what I have when I graduate, get my Kia money, and just leave. And just leave. I will not be missed. I will not. No one will miss me.
County, as I've said from day one, this is a national effort, and he's using the term to nationalize elections. What does that mean? Having the federal government run elections. I've also said that the president is treating the Constitution, which is the law of the land, as if it were just a suggestion.
Let's be real, guy. If anybody was really held accountable for any of these crimes that are being committed, you'd be one of them. Maybe all three of you would be. I don't know what kind of part they play, but since you're the face hole that's wasting words in our oxygen, I'd say you're probably doing some scummy shit. You're up here defending a criminal running of the elections. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. Continue mission.
Last question on Secretary Lutnick. Do you share the view of some of your colleagues that he should resign
Oh.
the secretary?
You know, look, people are losing their jobs in England right now. It is a huge political scandal there. And I'm just afraid that the general coarsening and degradation of American life has somehow conditioned people not to take this as seriously as we should be taking it. I mean, it's an incredibly serious thing. When you read through these files and you read about 15-year-old girls, 14-year-old girls, 10-year-old girls, I saw a mention of a 9-year-old girl.
See again. Why? If you're saying I saw mention of these in those files, then why is it that law and crime is over here lobbying for the idea and notion that Epstein wasn't running a sex trafficking ring? So yeah, he was just procuring them all for himself. Doubt it. I doubt it. He was making Diddy parties look like Chuck E. Cheese.
Today, I mean, this is just preposterous and scandalous. So, you know, I don't want to get into any particular case right now, but I hope the whole country is focusing on the absolute gravity of the crisis that we're in.
And you think the British are taking it more seriously than we are?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Hell, they've been stripping people of titles and positions, and I'd say their next step is to prosecute.
Huge scandal in England right now, going all the way to the Prime Minister, and his name is not mentioned anywhere in the Epstein files, unlike Donald Trump's. But you know, they had sent someone over here to America who got involved with Epstein, and it is absolutely rocking British politics. And this is something that the whole country, regardless of your political party or beliefs, has got to pay attention to. And you know, there are lots of similar institutionalized sex abuse scandals in our country, whether at the college level, the high school level, the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, various churches, and I think that's the reason why the people of the country are taking it so seriously. And I just hope that the politicians recognize what a dramatic crisis this is for everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and if it brings it all down, so be it. So be it. It deserves to be brought down. It shouldn't have been built on it in the first place.
Well, that was an interesting experience.
It was.
The user interface is a little clunky at first, but what I saw that bothered me were the names of at least 6 men that have been redacted that are likely incriminated by their inclusion in these files. So that's the first thing that I saw. It took some digging to find them. Then I'll let you talk about what you saw.
Well, and we discussed that. I mean, there are 6 men, some of them with their photographs that have been redacted, and there's no explanation why those people were redacted. And Thomas discovered it through his MIT logic with some of the searches. But, you know, that's really concerning. I think there are 2 other points. One is some of the internet concern about some of the more sensational emails. I mean, I do think it's important to recognize that some of the senders on that are women, and so some of the redactions may be appropriate, some may not be appropriate. We need to look at that. But just because there's an email out there, it doesn't mean that there's necessarily an improper redaction. The bigger concern is these 6 individuals. I will say that the staff was very professional in allowing us to do the searches. Our bigger concern is that there's still a lot that's redacted. Even in what we're seeing redacted versions. I thought we were supposed to see the unredacted versions, and that's because the documents produced to justice from the FBI, from the grand jury, was redacted when they got it. So we kept doing the searches for the unredacted information. It's the identical redactions that they have. Now, I don't think that's nefarious on the career attorneys that were reviewing it, but they obviously haven't gotten the production because our law says that the FBI and the original grand jury needs to be unredacted.
Right. The U.S. attorneys and the FBI are compelled, as well as the DOJ, and the DOJ was responsible for this document production, and they just produced documents that have been given to them from the FBI, the 302 forms, for instance, which need to be unredacted. There was one other thing that definitely needs to be addressed. Some of these files have been taken down, like the DOJ produced them, and for some reason they took them down. Maybe they decided that victims' names were in there and that they needed further redactions. But those documents not only haven't been put back up on the site with the appropriate redactions, they were not available to us to search. As far as I could tell, we couldn't.
Oh, so the ones that they didn't redact properly, that they pulled down and have yet to put back up, even they couldn't see those, huh? Massive cover up. It's a cover up on top of a cover up. They're covering up more cover up.
I probably should do that from the floor or in a committee hearing.
And look, they should be releasing these documents. We have many avenues where we can compel that legally. Maybe they've done it out of oversight. I don't know. I don't believe that. But, you know, they should be releasing those documents. And our hope is to get them to do that. And then in some of the redactions, they need to be very careful in whether that was a survivor or not. Just because, for example, someone is female doesn't necessarily mean they're survivors. And it seemed like they blanket redacted anyone who was a female from my review.
Yeah, I would like to give the DOJ a chance to say they made a mistake and over-redacted and let them unredact those men's names.
Men and women's names.
The best way to do it.
Because if they're saying there's some women's names that were improperly redacted,
you saw in there had
then
redactions.
they need to do that too.
How much new information then did you see that was unredacted, or did it look pretty similar to what we've seen publicly?
I mean, what we're after is the men who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked women to. We want those names published. We're not out to embarrass people. And the problem is, we went in there hoping to see that in 302 forms. What we found out is those 302 forms were redacted before they got to the DOJ. So, but our legislation,
so they were already starting the cover up.
FBI, which is the agency that produced those 302 forms, to also produce these documents. The Attorney General is ultimately responsible for that production, so that's why we're here at the DOJ to view these files. But there needs to be more information given in those 302s. So I was disappointed we didn't find that. But it's also clear, just sort of as a checking their homework, that they need to do a little more homework. There are 6 men. We went in there for 2 hours. There's millions of files, right? And in a couple of hours, we found 6 men whose names have been redacted who are implicated in the way that the files are presented.
What's your message to Pam Bondi after what you saw today?
You're fired.
Need to do a little more work. And we'll see her at the Judiciary Committee here in a couple days.
At the very least, these 6 men
Need to do a little more work.
Public. I mean, we're happy to provide the information.
How would a regular citizen rate Pam Bondi in her handling of the file? It's probably going to find the stuff that's already been made because it's out there. Based on recent reports, a regular citizen would likely rate Pam Bondi's handling of the Epstein files as highly controversial, inconsistent, and marked by significant delays and transparency concerns. Public and political perception of her actions has been mixed, but largely negative across the spectrum due to the unfulfilled promises regarding the release of the documents and the discovery of errors in the released files. She has a very poor rating because of her handling with these files. And a normal person would be like, nah, she's fired. She is fired. There are tons of dudes on there that have been redacted. You're protecting them. It's almost like you're protecting this whole thing.
And they should do that.
That's why that's why there are those of us that say nothing will be done. Nothing will happen to these people. Nothing will be done.
Some of the effort, because there were a lot of career attorneys on there. There's some redactions that were appropriate, some for protect the survivors, and some of the most sensational things out on the internet, there may have been appropriate redaction. So, for Thomas and me, it's always been about the facts. And our biggest concern is what was redacted before it even came to the Justice Department. I mean, the reality is that the most important things, the 302 files and some of the information on the prosecution memos, it's unclear that those redactions happened here. We saw a lot of files that already were redacted. And then, of course, they have been protecting some of these men. Maybe it was not intentionally, but the law is very clear. They need to comply with the law.
And finally, the documents that they put up and decided for one reason or another they had to take back down, I was hoping to see those here. They didn't appear to be in the database that we were able to.
Why are we asking the same questions?
Those ostensibly are wholly redacted files now. We know they exist. They published them for a brief period of time and pulled them back. They need to answer to us as to do they intend to redact those files and put them back up and put them in the database so that we can search them and see if it was appropriate to take them back down from the website.
Are these men U.S. citizens? What fields do they work in? Is it finance? Is it political?
At least one is a U.S. citizen. At least one is a foreigner. And the other 3 or 4 have names. I'm not sure if they're foreign or U.S.
And which field do they work in? Is it finance, banking, political?
One is pretty high up in the foreign government.
And some are, one of the others is a pretty prominent individual. But I think that the point is that these 6 are just what we found.
No. That's the point. You see what they're trying to do? They're deflecting those questions. They're deflecting those questions. One's pretty high up in a foreign government. Who would that be? Come on now. Give it. And again, this is what these politicians do. This is why I say nothing's going to get done. They're going to sensationalize all this crap. All this stuff's going to be made into theater.
Why so many of the
and it's
files
bad theater, in my
are
opinion.
redacted in the first place. And until that becomes unredacted, the main things that they're sending to the career attorneys to review, I don't think we're going to have full compliance with the law or get to the question that most Americans want to know. Who were the rich and powerful people who went to this island? Did they rape underage girls? Did they know that underage girls were being paraded around? And after seeing this, I don't blame the U.S. attorneys, the assistant U.S. attorneys reviewing it. If they're reviewing redacted material, what are they supposed to do? But they're getting, it seems like, material that's already been redacted.
Congressman Raskin also viewed these materials earlier, and he said that he saw President Trump's name redacted. He saw Lee Wexler's name redacted. Did you see President Trump's name redacted, Lee Wexler's name redacted? Can you share anything about that?
I didn't put Donald Trump in the search engine, so I couldn't tell you.
Why not?
Email about the little girl who was, quote, a little naughty?
I did, and that was a woman that wrote that. And so it may be proper to redact it, and it may not be. I don't know. It seems like part of their algorithm for redaction was just to redact every woman in there, pretty much.
Yeah.
So we can't parse if the person who sent that was a victim or not.
Look, none of this is designed to be a witch hunt. Just because someone may be in the files doesn't mean that they're guilty. But there are very powerful people who raped these underage girls. It wasn't
you don't
just
have
Epstein,
association with somebody
Maxwell,
like that and not
showed
know.
up to the island or showed up to the ranch or showed up to the home knowing underage girls were being paraded around, and some of the sickening stuff in there about the violence. And what we want to do is have the investigation to get to those people, to answer those questions. Not to say that every internet rumor about some email is going to be true. And like I said, in some of the cases, the redactions may have been appropriate. But for Thomas and me, it's never been about getting Donald Trump or getting Bill Clinton or scoring political points or trying to destroy people's reputations. It's about actually getting justice for these survivors.
Do you plan to read the 6 names on the House floor?
I think we need to give the DOJ a chance to go back through and correct their mistakes.
How long do they have to do that? How long do they have to redact these files?
They're already breaking the law. Look, they're way past the deadline. And the reason they gave for taking so much time is so they wouldn't release victims' information. But in fact, they've released all kinds of victims' information. So the problem here is not the deadline. The problem is they need to go back. They need to themselves check their own homework or have somebody else check it. And as Rose said, they need to go to the U.S. attorneys and the FBI, who are compelled by the legislation directly to produce that material to them unredacted.
And I think, look, we could have brought contempt or impeachment weeks ago, but our interest is in actually getting the information out. And as a result of the strategy we've been pursuing, this is the largest release of the Epstein files in history. Now, it's not enough, but it has exposed people in the highest levels in technology, in finance, in real estate. It has exposed the establishment and monarchies in other countries. So our push is, how do we expose this and have accountability, not how do we score political points or have...
I think this is you're gonna start seeing a lot more movement. They said 6 names, a very high up politician in a foreign government. One is American citizen. Then he says basically all the industries. So he's kind of they're telling you really where he's basically saying we're right. They're saying we're right. There are all the highest levels around the world are part of this.
Well, he's on the committee.
We'll see Wednesday.
You said a lot of the redactions were already made.
It's tomorrow.
Who do you suspect made those redactions?
It seems that they were made by the FBI or they were made by attorneys in the grand jury, but the Justice Department, it seems, got some of these documents already redacted. Our law was very clear. Unless something was classified, it required it to be unredacted, and they have not complied with that law. And that law needs to be complied with, because that's where a lot of the information is, especially about the powerful people in this country and what their involvement was. And, you know, their involvement could have been that they were showing up at this island knowing that there was pedophilia taking place. Their involvement could have been that they were actually engaged in raping underage girls, or knowing that underage girls were being raped. We won't know until we see those files.
What information
Ghislaine Maxwell and her lawyers' statement say?
6 men were implicated in Epstein's crimes?
It's a list of 20. You can actually, I'll direct you to the unredacted, or the redacted file. It's a list of 20 individuals. 3 or 4, Maxwell and Epstein are on the list, and maybe 1 or 2 other people. And everybody else is redacted. And their names are redacted, but it also includes 20 pictures, 20 photographs. And they're sort of mugshots. They're not the best pictures. I'm not sure if they were mugshots or not. But there are at least 3 or 4 males in the photographs. I couldn't verify by looking at their names because they have foreign names. I couldn't verify by looking at their names that they were male until I went and looked at the photographs. By the way, in the document I'm directing you to, the photographs are redacted and their names are redacted. There is no reason in our legislation that allows them to redact the names of those men, as far as I can tell.
Unless there are any male survivors, which seems, hard to believe given this issue. But and all the women that are redacted, it's unclear if they were just actual survivors.
So it sounds like they had an idea of people going in. Like they saw that one document and they wanted to go in on that one document. So they wanted to find that document, find those names. Yeah. What it sounds like they are doing.
As Thomas said, had an algorithm to take out any woman's name.
There's also hold on a second. There's also an FBI form that lists people who are conspirators, and one of those is a male. It's like on an FBI form, they've redacted his picture and his name on that form where they were, I guess, considering an indictment or indicting or something. I could also, I don't have the number in front of me, but I could direct you. It's a 3-page EFTA file.
Was this were authorities?
I'm not sure if they're mugshots.
Were authorities investigating these individuals, or like?
In one instance, it was, and in the other instance, it seemed to be.
I've got to go. I'll let Thomas.
No, I got to go too.
All right.
One last question for you, Congressman Khanna. Congressman Massey has called for Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick to face potentially some accountability for the connection that he has in these files. Do you support that call?
Absolutely. Look at what's happening in Britain. You have a left government. Actually, I know Keir Starmer. I was excited when he won, and yet I believe he needs to be held accountable with what's happened with Mendelssohn. You have the British monarchy having to answer questions. I mean, the King of England is putting out statements. And yet, in our country, we have not had
that's
that
rare. That's rare the King of England puts out a statement.
Power, whether they're in government, whether they're in finance, whether they're in technology, if they have been implicated in the files in morally embarrassing ways and in ways that shock the conscience, should be held accountable. And it should be regardless of party.
So you're calling for Howard Lutnick to resign?
I believe that Lutnick, at the very least, needs to be brought before Congress. I think, based on the evidence, he should be out of the cabinet. But I mean, people say, "Oh, you're just a Democrat saying that." No, I mean, look at what he is, how much influence he had with Epstein, and he wasn't transparent about it. But again, it's not about Lutnick, and it's not about any particular person. In this country, we have to make a decision. Are we going to allow rich and powerful people who were friends and had no problem doing business and showing up with a pedophile who was raping underage girls? Are we just going to allow them to skate? Or like other countries, are we going to have elite accountability and have accountability for the people who did that? Most Americans believe we need accountability.
Can you confirm that President Trump wasn't on this list?
No, I didn't see him on that.
Well, first, I feel terrible for the victims based on
the stuff I went through. I mean, they were trafficking children around the world for Jeffrey Epstein and for whoever he was giving these kids to. And I say kids because they were kids, and they describe them as children. They call them child throughout the documents. You know, we're going to drop the child off. And they talk about how old these kids are, you know, and they got people sourcing them all over the country. I mean, you know, you go into the DOJ, you go all the way up to a floor, nobody's working there, a totally empty floor. They bring you into a room of, you know, four computer screens, and then there's 2.7 million documents. They're not organized. There's no way to go through them. It's just a huge data dump. So you have to be able to come with some Bates numbers to know what you're looking for, like documents that were redacted that you now want to go find the unredacted stuff. And some of the stuff I read was just gross, absolutely just gross. And there are names in there, and there are co-conspirators in there, and there are some things that people have said that I think now are untrue based on what I've seen. And I'm going to go back to read more. I think, quite frankly, they need to release the unredacted version to the American people. Oh, based on what I read today, there's more to learn.
About certain people, about the whole operation?
The whole operation, certain people, how they did it, you know, how they talked about it. Yeah, there's a lot.
They changed their language. I already said that. They changed their language. There's more to learn. Yeah, oh yeah. They changed their language. What was the new language they were using? I'd say beef jerky is one of them.
And the deal that Epstein got, I think, from Alex Acosta. I think there's more to learn for the American people. Well, Judiciary has Pam Bondi, you know, in the hearing on Wednesday. It's the first time she's coming to Judiciary. She's the only cabinet secretary yet to appear in front of a House Committee of Jurisdiction. And so I'm not going to preview my questions for her now, but look, my guess is that there are 40 members in that committee that have a lot of questions for her, starting with, you know, the beginning. How did this begin for this administration? It began by her handing a white binder to influencers. I think start there, and we wind up where we are today, and there's a lot of questions.
And Torian, some members of Congress were able yesterday to start combing through the unredacted Epstein files. What did they find?
Yeah, those Congress people are Representative Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie. This is a bipartisan group that penned an exchange between Todd Blanche, the...
Do you have any interest in reviewing the unredacted files, sir, the Epstein files?
Of course I have an interest. For me, it's timing. I've got Chairman Comer and many of our colleagues that are going down to comb through that. Chairman Comer will go do it himself. I have a lot of faith in him and his ability and his team. The lawyers of oversight are going through it, and members themselves, as you know, it's unredacted and available to everybody. I intend to go down myself. Right now I'm trying to keep the train on the tracks, and we've got to do all this stuff simultaneously. So I'm convinced the DOJ is complying with everything they're required to do. We still have a pending report where they will formally explain why some of the redactions were made. But I think it's a good move for them to put the millions of documents in the SCIF so that members can go in and see and verify this for themselves. There's some good work, good review being done on that. I applaud it. It's important. We have to make sure that justice is carried forward for these victims, and we're all committed to that.
Several members of the British political class, the royal family, have lost their positions as a result of them appearing in the Epstein files. That same level of penalty has not happened here in the United States, particularly with members of the Trump cabinet, Howard Lutnick in particular. Do you think there should be more scrutiny around Americans who have appeared in the Epstein files?
Well, look, I think it's going to be, ultimately what happens there is probably going to be up to the American people. And what I've been for, and I've been very clear about this from the outset, is full disclosure. Get the information out there. Let's have transparency. And I think that's being done. And so, you know, for
I'll keep saying the same thing, but nobody's produced a single unredacted file. No one's been able to answer a question on why some of these redactions happened. Now, you guys keep saying I have faith that they're upholding the law, but they are continuing to break the law. So it's like, who's lying here? Who's lying?
Context might be in the Epstein files. They're going to have to answer the questions around that, and I think the American people are going to have to make judgments about whether or not they think those answers are sufficient.
We begin tonight with Virginia.
I'm giving you a preview. No. Here's your preview. No, they're not sufficient. So you better ask some really, really good questions starting tomorrow.
Democratic Congressman Suhas Subramaniam, who joins me now. He's viewed some of the unredacted documents, joins us from Capitol Hill. Congressman, thank you for being with us. Now that you've seen at least some of these unredacted documents, give us a sense of what it is you've seen.
You know, there's a lot of redactions that were not necessary, that are redacting people who are not victims in any way. There's also a lot of redactions of investigators themselves and FBI and DOJ personnel. I'm not quite sure why they felt they needed to do that. And just generally, they still were managed to not protect victims in this process. So and from that sense, I think it's disappointing. But the bigger disappointment is that documents that we've been looking for and asking for are either still redacted. I went into the room looking for documents that even the DOJ itself wrote, and they are still redacted in the unredacted document list. And then other documents are being withheld from us. 2.5 million documents are being withheld. So it's hard to do an investigation when someone has the evidence and won't give it to you.
When you say there are names that are redacted that shouldn't
Let's see. Massey and Rokana didn't make it seem like that. This guy's saying that there are 2.5 million documents missing altogether. So even if they wanted to search for some people, they wouldn't be able to because they weren't even in there. The documents were missing. There were 2.5 million documents that were missing. Or is that just for this guy and the people with him that went in there? Again, it's pointing back to it's all being covered up.
Redacted. First off, how do you know who they are? And when or if or will you and other members reveal who those people are? Could you do that without getting in legal trouble?
We could do that. I think one of the issues, first of all, some members have already done that on the House floor. I think if you go on the House floor, you're protected in some ways legally,
right.
But in other ways, you know, there's some issue of women who are in Jeffrey Epstein's sphere and who may claim to be victims themselves. I think that's debatable in a few instances. There's other instances of women who provided Jeffrey Epstein victims, and it's unclear to me why they are considered victims, but there's more digging that certainly we want to do.
Well, that's kind of what Massey was saying, is their algorithm was set up to redact all women's names as if they were all victims, not taking into account that some of them aren't victims and they're actually co-conspirators as well. So, yeah.
In other cases, though, there's simply documents missing or still redacted. And these include the draft indictments. These include witness statements, you know, other things that even the victims themselves are looking for and are helping us work backwards to try to find those things. But we're not getting all the information. That's the reality. And so we're going to have to continue to push, continue to demand transparency from this administration.
Some of your colleagues call it a cover-up. Based on what you've seen,
it is a cover-up. It's wholeheartedly a cover-up.
Millions of documents that were dumped on a handful of Justice Department officials who had to quickly figure out what could be publicly released and what should be held back.
I think it's both, because you look back to last January where this administration was thumping its chest and talking about how they would have the files ready to release. And then they claimed that they were on Pam Bondi's desk in March and claimed that they'd been redacted and are ready to release. And then all of a sudden, President Trump got to see some of the files and didn't like what he saw. And so they started stonewalling us. So we've had a subpoena since last August. We've had a law that President Trump had to sign himself back in December. And they violated all of those things repeatedly. So how do you not call it a cover-up? And certainly the redactions in this case were sloppy. They were not handled well. But I think it's more than that. I think this.
Well, yeah, people were able to unredact them themselves, certain parts of them.
What did you make of Secretary Lutnick's explanations today? It did seem like he was perhaps a bit remorseful or almost like someone who had been caught saying one thing when in fact the emails revealed something else. Was that sufficient, or has he got to go through this again?
Well, another way of saying what he did before was he lied. He lied about his association with Jeffrey Epstein, and now he's telling us a different story. Are we supposed to believe him this time? To me, it's clear that the only way to find out his association with Jeffrey Epstein is to release all of the files and then do our own investigation where we can interview witnesses, including him, and put him under penalty of perjury before a committee. That's what I'd like to see. And honestly, given his association with Epstein, I think a lot of my colleagues and myself think he should resign at this point. That's what's happening in Europe. And what message are we sending in the United States when in Europe people are losing their titles, losing their jobs, but in the US there's no accountability, certainly not for this administration or anyone in it.
And real quick, seeing the documents, calling for better access to them, raising questions about the Justice Department's handling them is one thing. What does Congress do next in this realm to either learn more, to seek justice, to hold people accountable?
Well, we have some key witnesses this month we're going to talk to. Les Wexner helped bankroll a lot of Jeffrey Epstein and his lifestyle. He was a key client, and he shows up in many of the documents that I've seen. And then the executors of the estate, we're going to be talking to them as well. We're going to get production from the banks and financial institutions. The victim said that if we follow the money, we'll find a lot. So there is a lot more to the investigation, and I know President Trump wants this to go away for some reason. And I would just say to him and to other people who want this to go away that we're just getting started.
And you're talking to President and Secretary Clinton as well later this month as part of this.
We are, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Congressman Subramanian from the Commonwealth of Virginia, thank you for spending a few minutes with us explaining what you've seen. We appreciate it.
I don't think anything's going to happen. I just don't have faith in our justice system. I think we just saw that.
Temporarily halt or provide for a tariff exemption process for specific tariffs on home building supplies.
It's a broad, complex issue. If we want to make furniture in America, you have to protect furniture makers. That type of question is a very detailed and complex one and worthy of discussion, and I'm glad to sit with you in your office to talk about it. What do we want to make in America? And whatever we don't want to make in America, we should try to do inexpensively to the extent we can.
Well, thank you. I look forward to the conversation. My concern is that overwhelmingly the supply of things like softwood lumber from Canada and a wallboard or gypsum board from Mexico are being constrained by tariffs. These are close allies that work with us through the USMCA framework. They've pushed back hard on the tariffs that are being imposed on their products that are exported into our market. Canada is the largest export market for most American states. I think at a time when there's very little we can actually do in the short term to reduce the cost of housing, this is something we might work together on. Last, a closing comment, if I might, Mr. Secretary. Senator Van Hollen asked about your engagements with your former neighbor, Mr. Epstein. I was encouraged to see your declaration that in 2005 you concluded he was a disgusting man with whom you should have no contact. I wish many others reached that conclusion upon meeting him. But it troubles me that you took your family to lunch on his island, that you had appointments with him. Please disclose everything. Put this to rest, because this is an issue of grave concern to my constituents. President Trump ran on releasing the Epstein files. You said casually, well, I looked at my name and how it appeared in them, as does everyone. No, everyone isn't worried about their names being in the Epstein files. I know he was your neighbor. That was a coincidence. But please disclose everything that's relevant here so that we have a chance to work together and move on.
To the best of my memory, I met him when he moved next door to me, and I met him 2 other times in 14 years none within 6 years of that first meeting, and then a year and a half later, and none thereafter. And in the presence of my wife, and as Senator Van Hollen said, under no circumstances is there a single word that I've done anything remotely wrong in any possible regard. I did not have anything you could call a relationship, anything you could call an acquaintance. I literally met him 3 times over 14 years with widespread in between. That's all I can remember. That's all there is in the documents. I didn't look through the documents with any fear whatsoever, because I know, and my wife knows, that I have done absolutely nothing wrong in any possible regard.
Well, thank you for answering our questions today.
Senator Merkley.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We are finding in Oregon that at places where we're trying to get microwave relays, that it is now workable to use satellite for broadband. And in my rural town halls, people are starting to give reports, and strategies are adjusting. But still, a variety of strategies are appropriate in different places, as you've pointed out. Federal poverty level. My colleague suggested that the 11% is an overstatement of people living in poverty. I would suggest the exact opposite. That federal poverty level calculation, are you familiar with how that's put together?
Not
Are
exactly.
they just really going to talk to him
When it was
about
put
random
together,
shit?
food was approximately 1/3 of the cost of basic living. So it's based on food times 3. That's the calculation.
Good morning. The committee will come to order. Secretary Lutnick, thank you for accepting our invitation to join us today to discuss the Department of Commerce's broadband deployment efforts, including the implementation of the Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment, or BEAD, program.
Predicated on citizenship, that is not it's not a necessary factor.
Of the 26 census tests available to the public and to Congress, so we can fully evaluate this together and that we can perform our oversight function. Would that be something you'd be willing to agree to today? Fully transparent with the test.
I'll certainly take that under advisement, but it makes
Well, you need to look, because it does.
Thank you. Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. Mr. Secretary, the Census Bureau is under your jurisdiction, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And the Census Bureau is in charge of defining what it means to be poor or in poverty in America. Is that correct?
Defining what it means to be poor.
I think it does economic analysis for America.
But it also defines poverty level, does it not?
I don't know if it's the defining.
Well, you need to look, because it does.
Okay.
I love Kennedy.
If you know,
He's so
you said the
good.
quiz, if you know, what's the percentage of Americans who live at or below the poverty level?
I don't know the percentage.
Okay, it's around 11%. It's been constant. Now, when the Census Bureau defines poverty, they do it by income. You're aware of that. When the Census Bureau defines poverty using income, they only count income that the individual earns or cash income that the individual gets from the federal government. Is that correct?
Well, it includes all sources of their income. I mean, that is the purpose.
Yeah, their income and cash income from the federal government. Is that correct?
Oh, meaning does it include income that they receive from the federal government?
Yeah, cash.
I think so.
Yeah. So if a person makes $11,000 a year, that's considered toward poverty level. But if the person gets a cash payment, let's say in the form of SSI or TANF, that counts too. Is that right?
I'm not certain.
Yeah, it does. Okay. Are you aware that your
Probably
agency doesn't count non-cash payments from the federal government defining poverty?
I am not.
I gotta go do his box. I can hear him rustling around in there trying to find good bits of hay. So I'll be back. You have to excuse me. I'm indulging in the luxuries of being poor, which just means having the ability to be resourceful. This is a chocolate mousse cake. Made it. Well, it's a pie, not a cake. But it's chocolate banana mousse. I made it. I think it's delightful. It's got, you can taste the banana, you can taste the chocolate, taste the crust. What are you doing, man? You ain't getting no. Really good. Like it. But it's made out of ingredients I got from the food bank around the corner. They had heavy cream. They had these little packets of chocolate. They had bananas, but the bananas I used from a couple of bananas that were going brown. The video's actually up on TikTok and Facebook, but my Facebook's not public; it's private. It's on Instagram though. My Instagram's not public, or it's not private; it's public.
Are you aware that your agency doesn't count refundable earned income tax credits, or food stamps, or housing subsidies, or utility bill subsidies, or Medicaid, or free school meals? They don't count that. They call it a non-cash payment, and it doesn't count. You aware of that?
It sounds to me that you and I are going to spend some time together and we're going to change it, but I did not know that, and it sounds like something that we should add.
And the purpose of my question is not to punish people who need help. The American people are the most generous people in the world. That's why we spend $1.4 trillion a year helping people that other countries would allow to die in a ditch. But your Census Bureau says it's 11% who live at or below the poverty level. That's a lie. It's 1%. If you count as any person with a brain above a single cell organism would, cash and non-cash payments, they're above the poverty level. And we ought to be honest with the American people and thank them for getting the poverty level down to 1% instead of giving them a curb stomping and calling them selfish. Let me give you a real life example here. Let's suppose you've got a mom and 2 kids. According to your Census Bureau, the poverty level for her is $27,000. She makes $11,000 a year, let's say. So she's below the poverty level. But she also qualifies for $3,400 in refundable tax credits based on her $11,000 salary, $9,200 in food stamps, that's for her and her 2 children, $9,500 in housing subsidies, $900 in utility bill subsidies, $16,000 in Medicaid, $3,100 a year in free school free school lunches, and $6,600 a year in TANF. That's $64,100 a year, tax-free. Is she living in poverty?
Hell no.
Doesn't sound like it.
No, but your Census Bureau counts her as being poor. I'm not saying take away her benefits. I'm saying give the American people a little credit. And I really think you need to change the definition to a definition that looks like somebody designed the damn thing on purpose. Final question, I'm going to hurry, Mr. Chairman. Why don't you just use satellite internet service? Why don't you just use Global Star or Starlink? You said the cost is $4,000 per person in Louisiana. For $600, you can buy a Starlink terminal. Why don't you just do that and do it across America and save a bunch of money?
The states were responsible for determining the best outcome, and sometimes fiber in a dense location can be economically better. Sometimes satellite does not work best on geography.
It can't be cheaper. That's not impossible. Can be cheaper.
Math is, each of the states did their best. We worked it out with them, and we moved on.
I just don't understand. You can buy, I'm not saying do Musk. There are others that just throw it out for bid. But $600 for a terminal versus $4,000 for fiber optic? This is taxpayer money. I'm done. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chairman. I should have known it's you, Shelley. You're much nicer than Jerry. He would have cut me off.
Yeah, Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. In your opening statement, you said the states chose
Get
to
'em,
do
Dolores.
it, meaning the BEAD program, the best way for their states. In 2023, NTIA allocated $196.5 million in BEAD funding to the state of New Hampshire based on a 5-year plan that were approved and submitted in 2024.
Who else they got?
And the state planned to develop broadband infrastructure by prioritizing fiber optic cables and hybrid fiber coaxial technologies. And I appreciate Senator Kennedy's question about satellite transmission, because in some places it does make sense, and as you pointed that out in your opening statement. But the reality is there are a lot of
Not
places
too
where it
much.
doesn't make sense, because in states like New Hampshire, satellites are unreliable in severe weather.
Not too much about it. Well, we already know they're on their mission to unredact those files. Hopefully they get them unredacted, because they need to be released completely unredacted. Oh shit! Whole face leaked out everywhere. Hold on. them asking to not unredact the files and to pull them back? Oh, it's the Discord thing. Got it. I will talk about it, though. I'm going to put it up. What are we waiting on?
Too many survivors.
Oh, if he's leading the charge, then it's going to be that.
Well, I want to begin, of course, by recognizing the Epstein survivors who were here today. Virginia Giuffre's family, who traveled here because they believe, as I do, that what happened to Virginia and to all the victims here today and throughout the world must finally lead to change. And all you have to do is look at the faces of these beautiful women and just have total empathy for what they've gone through, admiration for their courage, and anger about what happened to them. So, thank you. Today, we're here to do something simple and long overdue. Today, I'm introducing Virginia's law, legislation to end statute of limitation barriers that have kept survivors of sexual violence from justice far too long, and to create new legal avenues to pursue justice. Because justice should not expire. Justice should not expire. And because for survivors, healing does not run on a government clock, does it? I'm also so proud to be joined by Congresswoman Teresa Ledger Hernandez. Not just chairwoman of the Democratic Women's Caucus, but she's always been a fierce advocate for survivors and a partner in this fight. She's a champion and a fighter, and that's what a bill like this requires, a fighter who will relentlessly push for the cause of justice. Justice. That's what we demand.
Here's the paperclip.
And here is World Without Exploitation and Sigrid McCauley, whose work, along with the survivors, helped shape this legislation. We thank her. The bill exists. Why? Why does the bill exist? Because people refuse to accept silence as the end of the story. It's that simple. It cannot be when something this dastardly and this terrible and this heart-wrenching happens. For years, survivors of Epstein's abuse were ignored. They were doubted, they were silenced, they were dismissed. And even when the truth finally came out, even when the world finally listened, too many survivors were still told by the law, it's too late, your justice has expired. Not because the harm wasn't real, not because the abuse didn't happen, but because the system ran out the clock. When they were told, it's too late, your justice has expired, we aimed to change that. And that's what we're trying to do today. When you say the system ran out the clock, tough rocks, too bad, too late, that's not justice. That's a system that protects abusers by waiting survivors out. Our law, Virginia's law, changes that. It allows survivors to seek accountability when they're ready, when they're strong enough, supported enough, able to face the weight of civil litigation. Sometimes it takes years to recuperate from the horror that occurred. Why should the government say, well, we're setting an arbitrary time when you are able to pursue your case. Our law makes clear that abusers and those that enable them cannot escape responsibility by running out the clock. It makes clear that the law will empower survivors to pursue justice, and it recognizes something survivors have always known. Time does not erase harm. Time does not erase harm. Jeffrey Epstein depended on silence and fear, on a system that protected power instead of protecting people. Today we are saying no more. This bill carries Virginia.
The people are still going to be protected by...
Because she spoke when so many were told not to. And because
Putting a law in place, but is it really going to do anything? These people are going to be protected.
You again, all of you, for your courage. These nice faces. It shouldn't have happened to you. It shouldn't have happened to you. So, no survivor should ever be told again that the law failed them and that time mattered more than truth. The survivors of Jeffrey Epstein have waited long enough. Virginia waited long enough. The time for justice is now, and Congress must act. So now let me call on our great leader in the House, Representative Teresa Leger Fernandez.
It's good. It's shitty that it took her death for something actually to get done. But what does it actually do? It puts a law in place, but it's not forcing these people into the light. Oh, wait.
I was going to watch this Charlie video. This is the Discord video of the age verification.
Discord's come a long way since its humble beginnings as a Reddit tier, memer, fedora-tipping narwhal baconing at midnight service where every time you fired it up, it'd toss incredibly timeless classics at you, like constructing additional pylons and overloading on memes, watch out for Wumpus, and anytime you contacted their support, you were put in touch with Springle, the mystical gnome fairy elf wizard lord.
I didn't even know what Wumpus was. Like, I've used Discord for like 10 years. I had no idea about any of this.
I've never used
do nothing to help you with whatever problem you had. Discord has grown a lot since those days.
Yeah.
It has been a staple in society for the last couple of years.
Discord.
And just a few hours ago, they put out an announcement about some big upcoming changes to Discord that they may as well have just announced they're shutting down. Like, that would have been more positively
received. The age verification. Oops. He was like, goes into it right here.
A polymarket gambling addict. It's just
seems
a
like a good idea.
terrible recipe for disaster.
No,
I
was going to win.
Standard play from John Madden's playbook here.
I voted Epstein was alive.
Where they're saying that this is actually in order to create a safer experience for teens that use.
Again, teens shouldn't have access to it. That's my take. Teens shouldn't have access to it. No. You're just opening the doors for more Epsteins. No. They need to put up more restrictions for teens and kids. Take them off of social media, take them off Discord, take them off of being able to get in contact with adults altogether. So stupid. They basically just signed their own death note. They basically just wrote their own name inside of the death note.
Discord Well,
everybody will go back to using
Discord has
TeamSpeak.
had a history of horrible things that have happened to children that have used their service.
Yes.
This in no way, shape, or form is the actual impetus for why they're implementing these changes to harvest your data.
It's hard to say whether they're harvesting data.
I love how he says that. This is in no way, shape, or form just another reason for them to be able to harvest all your data. Oh, I love how he said that. He said it basically just like that. It takes out all the barriers from them to harvest your data. Because now you're giving them, you're allowing them to legally.
Data or not, but I will say that these changes will absolutely reduce the amount of, like, if you reduce the amount of kids that are on the platform, obviously you're going to have way less grooming. Like, yeah, duh, of course, right? But like, do you want to have everybody on the internet give up their privacy because a few parents can't keep track of their kids? Like, I don't like that argument. I think that's not fair for everybody else, that everybody has to live with like all of this like tracking and, you know, rules and everything because parents aren't taking care of their kids. I think that companies can do due diligence and they can take, you know, best practices to try to.
This is ultimately why Section 230. This is why Section 230 staying in place is so important. Because say they dismantle it. It just takes, as a matter of fact, Discord's already found a way to do censorship. A lot of users aren't going to, no. They're not going to go along with it. They're going to jump to a whole different program. This is going to adversely affect Discord.
But like, you can't really make this stuff stop happening unless the parents make the decision themselves.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the companies have no responsibility, but I'm saying it's like an 80 or 90, like 80 or 90% fucking parents and 10 to 20% from the organization.
Yeah.
Also have a mention in that tweet there that they're starting a council for U.S. teens aged 13 to 17 to apply to be a part of this.
Seems stupid.
Board
It's retarded.
That's supposed to better help steer Discord in a direction that's safer for children. What do you like? How does a kid submit a resume? What's your work experience? We need at least 7 years of Nickelodeon internships or something in order to accept you on the Discord.
Do you play Roblox? Oh, you do. Okay, so you understand groomers. Yep, come on. Yep, you're on.
Children's board here. It's a very weird proposal. Now going to their announcement here, when would users
You
need
play
to verify
Roblox?
their age
Okay, you
group?
understand the
Users
grooming.
are only prompted to verify their age group when they attempt to access certain age-restricted content, settings, or features. After completing age assurance, users won't be asked to verify again for future age-restricted actions. A user may be prompted to verify their age group if they attempt to unblur media flagged by our sensitive content filters or attempt to change any of the default sensitivity content filter settings to show sensitive content, turn off message requests, access age-restricted channels and servers, speak in a stage channel, and toggle on age-restricted command settings. Then in bold at the very bottom, importantly, this does not mean everyone will need to confirm their age just to use Discord. Not yet, at least. I'm sure that's
coming, and it's coming for the entire internet.
Yeah.
The entire internet will have Real ID in probably 10 years. I would say 15
We're
to 20
ushering
for
it
sure.
in.
It could be 10.
Right around the corner. But they knew
it's
that
happening.
they would catch a big load of fucking poop from this for all of their users because nobody wants to just be willy-nilly giving all of their
No, it won't. Okay. All right. This is my assumption. This is my guess, right?
No, Asmon's right on that.
Fucking face scan, ID.
Nah, he's 100% right on that. Real ID will be a thing. I'd say maybe even faster because I called it 2 years ago. By this time, we'll be doing like $100 oil changes on our cars, and we're basically at $100 oil changes on our cars. I called that 2 years ago. I said 5, so I even undershot by 3. overshot by 3. So, yeah, he's right. I'd say he's probably on point with it. Within the next 10 years, it will be real ID for the entire internet.
And everything to Discord, of all companies. A company that literally just had a massive data breach, by the way.
Ooh.
Many people can
exciting.
use Discord exactly as they do today without ever being asked to confirm their age. Now, here's the default safety settings that if you attempt to alter, you will then most likely be prompted to fork over your data, whether that's an ID or a face scan. So they're calling it teen by default, because these settings establish a clear safety baseline designed with teens in mind, with flexibility for adults to customize their experience.
Sure.
Adults can always choose to verify their age and change them or leave the setting as is. Unless a user is confirmed to be an adult, these safety settings stay in place and can't be changed. So they're immutable unless you are giving, of course,
well, you get treated like a kid until you put your ID in. It's pretty fucking simple.
Precious data, which is a currency more valuable than money, which is why every company is scrambling to do everything they can to try
simple
and roll
theory,
out some changes
terrible
that
execution.
require you to give them
Absolutely
your data.
terrible.
Well, the other thing too is that these companies are scrambling because they don't want to be held accountable by countries for not doing due diligence at protecting kids that are on their platform. You have to keep in mind that they're also in the crosshairs of the government. And if the government thinks that, oh, well, these people are, not doing enough, they could get fined, somebody could go to jail or something like that. That's one of the reasons why these companies are doing this and they're being proactive about it, is because they're afraid of having something happen.
But they can sell it to other entities. At this point, it's most likely going to AI-based companies, but it goes all over the place.
Everything is going to be done by an algorithmic AI machine learning tool. It's not like people are going to be making this decision. It's going to be totally done machine learning and AI influenced, right? 100%.
It always has. So then it goes into layout the default settings, such as the content filters, age-gated spaces, message requests, friend request alerts, and stage restrictions. So the wacky new philosophy over there at Discord is everyone's a child unless proven otherwise.
That's right, because they're afraid.
Children by default.
Yes.
It's a pretty interesting strategy. I don't know if this is what Wumpus has been cooking ever since they banished him to the back rooms or what, but fascinating idea.
It's the problem, and the reason why this is happening is because there is a growing demand from the public for the companies on the internet to have higher degrees of accountability and for the internet to be a safer space for young people. I think that this really started to happen in like 2015, and it happened more severely in COVID, because now that everybody is involved on the internet, you're going to need to see, some degree of accountability, right? This isn't 2007 anymore when, anybody can do anything on the internet and it's like a totally different universe, right? Now the internet and real life are like intermingled, like pretty much completely. So the problem is that whenever you have that happen, you need to have some degree of accountability one way or another. Now, I think this mainly should come from parents, but I don't think that there's a way that you can explain to people that it's an okay or a good thing that children are able to make accounts and message adults on websites like this. Because in a real life situation, I think that everybody would say that's obviously a bad thing, especially whenever there's no vetting process of the adults they're messaging. So the problem, I think, is that, if you look at normie common sense logic, I think normie common sense logic is going to lead to the conclusion of everybody needing to have ID in order to use certain different social media websites. I think that's where we're going. And and this is, I don't necessarily think this is a good thing, right? But I do think this is where we're going. And I think also there will be more elements of this that will be like, for example, like in Britain and other places, like any country with more speech laws will also be using this as a tool to proactively censor speech as well. So it's not just for the kids. And I think actually the kids are like a side effect. That's like a good PR. It's a good PR spin. But the real focus is about, potentially data collection. Maybe it's Discord data collection. Maybe it's another company. But then on top of that, surveillance and
you also got to think their tactic of these constant data breaches is going to run out. I mean, It's gonna someone's gonna stumble upon all the mysterious data breaches and realize that's what they've been doing. They've been selling the data and then covering it up with a data breach. Some unknown entity. They're just really good. They got in without nobody knowing. That's what's happening. Your data, all these data breaches aren't really data breaches. They're selling the data and then calling it a breach. They're selling everyone's data to all these AI people, calling it a breach, and then just starting a new collection process. But the whole data breach, oh, data breach. Your data is now owned by hackers. No, they're not owned by hackers. They're owned by another company that just bought that data. And they're going to, in turn, sell that data to their network. But again, the data breach thing is only going to last so long before somebody pinpoints somebody that's doing it. And then the whistle gets blown on the entire operation because one group is stupid and leaves themselves exposed. The entire group's not going to be figured out, but that one little group is. So they're going to have to change tactics. They're preemptively striking these tactics. So, yeah.
Basically, avoiding legal liability. When you said it's inevitable, I did. I said it was inevitable. People were mad. And now it's happening here in the United States right now.
Brace yourself, because maybe this is a controversial take. This perhaps could be spicy. Yes. Do you know how you really protect children on Discord?
The parents don't let them get it.
You don't let children on Discord.
That's right.
This is going to tie into something I was just yapping about a couple days ago, and it's something I've said.
But and here's the logic that will, this is the problem. If a kid goes to a strip club, he gets turned away at the door because he's a kid and he doesn't have his ID. If a kid goes to buy alcohol, he doesn't get outsold the alcohol because he doesn't have his ID. I don't think that you can beat that reasoning in the mind of a normie.
No.
I don't think you can do it. The nuance of the internet, I don't think is understandable enough for a normal person to be able to hear that and be like, oh, okay, I understand the difference between this. You see what I'm saying?
Numerous times over the years, but we are in an era where parents do not want to be parents. They would much rather just plop their kids in front of an iPad or a computer and let the internet raise their kids for them.
I don't think it's that simple. I think the fact is that, probably all of us here, who here was looking at porn on the computer or on your phone whenever you were a kid? I was 100%. I think that everybody was. So the truth is that, were all of our parents bad always? I don't think so. Because it's 99% of people were doing this. So are 99% of parents bad? Well, if 99% of parents are bad, then we should plan for parents to be bad rather than imagining a fantasy world that doesn't and will never exist. Realistically, right? You look at this pragmatically. Both of these two things can't exist.
No.
And just let them have completely unmonitored, unfiltered, unlimited access to the cyberspace, the World Wide Web.
That's what we have.
As such, the entire landscape of the internet has shifted to constantly be catering towards children using it, which is extraordinarily different from how it was.
Just like it was said, there's a larger number of parents who don't want to be parents than there is of actual parents who limit their kids' access to the greater spans of the universe. It's the same concept of when you're a kid, when we were kids in the 90s, our parents didn't care if we went outside and played. They cared if we ventured too far to a point, but they knew we weren't going to learn our surroundings by staying in that general localized vicinity. So they let us out to a point. Same with the internet. If you limit kids' ability on the internet, don't let them have social media. Don't let them on Discord. Don't give them the ability to directly communicate with adults. And that's why I believe in laws banning children from certain things on the internet. Ban them from social media. Ban them from Discord. They shouldn't be able to get into a chat app and talk to adults. But again, there's a larger number of bad parents, or not bad, yeah. They're bad because they don't want to be parents. They should have never been given the ability to be parents, but here we are, now they're parents, and so we have to suffer through their terrible parenting. While good parents that don't allow their kids the access because they know that it's stupid to make the rest of the world adhere to them being bad parents. So what do? They're good parents. They limit the access to the kids. But again, the group's too big. The group of people,
when I was growing up,
bad parents,
where
is
the
too
internet
big.
was made for adults, and kids had like certain special pockets online.
Yeah, like Neopets.
But by and large, the internet was focused
for adults.
On adults using it.
Yeah.
Whereas now it's just been normalized for parents to turn their kids loose online and let them run wild. So as a result, everything on the internet has changed in order to compensate for that.
Yeah, I think it's also the barrier to entry has become a lot lower. Like whenever he and I probably got on the internet, it was probably the mid 2000s, right?
Yep.
Maybe early 2000s, late 2000s, a lot of that. The barrier to entry into the internet was higher then than it is now. Like I remember back in the day, there were plenty of people who didn't have internet. Like this was like 2003, 2004. Like a lot of people didn't have it. So now I think that it's just so easy to access. Of course they're all gonna have it.
You can go to McDonald's
and make no
and
mistake,
get internet.
Discord making this change, its primary goal isn't to protect kids using their service.
It's to protect Discord. It's to protect Discord from legal liability.
Yeah.
It's to harvest your data because
I'm not even convinced that it's harvesting data, but I am convinced that it's protecting them from liability.
It's a twofold. Both of these things can be true. In this instance, both of these things can and are true. Discord is, by and large, protecting their ass. They have to. They're the giant in this scenario. They get a lawsuit. Are they able to bank on the fact that A, they can win the lawsuit, and B, if they can't win the lawsuit, if they can survive it? That's the thing. Discord needs to protect itself. Whether there is or there isn't is not relevant. It's the fact that Discord even thinks that there's a possibility. They will wholeheartedly protect themselves. But at the same time, if they can get you to put your ID to you, they know every channel you're part of. They can see what levels of status you hold in all these communities. They can see what all these communities are even talking about. Now, they're not going to see the finer details. Maybe they won't really look into the finer details, but if they wanted to, they could go into any of these channels, any of these Discord servers as some random Joe Schmo. But all the back end data, yeah, wholeheartedly. They can definitely harvest that. And they are. They are. They know they are. They just had a data breach, didn't they? So wholeheartedly, they harvest your data. Both of these things are true. And they've been true.
Going to be very, very valuable for
I'm not
Discord.
saying he's wrong. I'm
and getting
not sure.
everyone more and more comfortable with mass surveillance and no privacy turning over your information and data is something that tons of companies are doing everything in their power to do.
It's becoming totally normalized.
Just found a convenient
I think South Korea is where we're going.
Excuse to try and paint it as something good, like protecting kids from bad people on Discord.
Well, and the problem is that they're right. If you require people to have an ID in order to have different interactions on Discord and to go to certain servers that are in SFW, and like, for example, if you required people to have an ID in order to send and receive peer-to-peer messages on Discord, you would cut down on the amount of grooming by like 99%. You would. This would almost totally eliminate the problem. And I think that it's, even though this isn't something that's like in favor of my argument, this is a fact. It's true. Like, there are hacks. Yeah. How many fucking 12-year-olds are hacking Discord so they can talk to adults? Very few. Less than 1%. So it's important. I don't give a fuck about grooming. You can say you don't give a fuck about it. That's fine. But what I'm saying is that there is actual validity in what's being discussed.
Well, I mean, with anything, there's people will find people who've met their level of depravity will find a way to circumvent this. So I don't think that the percentage of safety to children is going to be that high. I can already tell you it's not. Just by the sheer fact that, yeah, you can, age requirement to do all this. But what does that have to do with anything? If everybody is set to a child, the groomers are just going to leave themselves as a child and talk weird as a fake child. Like, they're already doing it beforehand. Now they're just going to get into the role now. If everyone is set as a child, then the groomers already have their in. They already have their in. They just leave the parameters go. Teens can interact with teens. So if everybody is set to a teen, then there you go. So it's like, did they really do anything? No, they didn't. My birthday on my Discord has been set to 11/15/1985 since the beginning of me joining Discord. My account instantly should be retrofitted with an adult status, so it alleviates anybody trying to do anything with my account. Again, they've already, the door is already open. They've already opened the door by setting everybody with the teen status. The groomers are going to leave it there and just chat up the kids. The kids won't need to join the adult Discord servers. The adults are going to just join the kids' Discord servers. They did nothing. They have done nothing. They've literally done nothing. They've actually made it kind of worse. By trying to protect their own ass, they've opened up the door for it to be worse. What are you doing, crazy? The curtain time? Yeah, the curtain time. So to me personally, I don't think they've done anything. I think they've actually made it worse. And they're going to have to kind of go back and run it back. They're going to have to run it back. Because they missed it. They missed the boat. What they need to do is they need to capture everybody's birth dates. It's really somebody else said it on another social media website I was on. I think it was on Facebook when I first saw this pop up. Like, why don't they go back to like anybody's account who's set before this time, who's created before this time? Because back in the day, you didn't need to age verify, but you couldn't create an account with a certain birth year. So legacy, all accounts created before a certain year. But again, to me, I don't think it's done anything. I think it's made it all worse.
If you shut all of this down and you don't let people message each other, it becomes infinitely fucking harder to be able to go and groom somebody.
But again, I think he's really missing the piece that is the fact that everybody is going to be set to a teen status. If everybody is set to a teen status, that gives these people the ability to connect to these servers and do some grooming.
It's true. Like, absolutely.
And that's what I don't understand is if you try to change the settings, it said if you try to change the settings or you try to go into an NSFW space, then you're going to have to age verify. Groomers won't need to do that. They won't need to go into an NSFW space because the kids won't be there. The kids will be in the kids space. So the groomers can just stay in the kids space, join more kids spaces because they're already set to child anyway. So they still won't have to age verify. They can still stay anonymous. Again, I don't think they've done anything. I don't think they've done anything that's going to help. I think they may have made it worse.
But is it worth everybody else losing their privacy because some parents can't deal with their kids? In my opinion, I think no. No, I don't think so.
Now, something else in their announcement is this about a toolkit that's going to be introducing age inference to help determine with high confidence whether a user on the platform is an adult. So from the way they describe it, it seems like it's going to be this tool that's monitoring your activity to find patterns of your
I take one excuse you said. I talk about that afterwards. Remind me at the end.
Usage and make an estimation of your age based on what you engage in on Discord. Admittedly, I'm a bit confused on exactly what this is, but from the sound of things, it is something that's running in the background.
It's a multiple like there's probably about probably hundreds of data points that they use, like analysis inferences. Like, for example, the way that a mouse moves, For example, the way that a person types, for example, the way that their messages are structured, the time of day that they're getting on the internet, the time of usage, the way that their spelling is. And they use every single one of these. It's machine learning. And then they create degrees of certainty where it's like, if you're spelling this many words wrong and you're playing Fortnite and you're using that's cap, and you're also saying on God, and your picture is Skibidi toilet, I think that you're 12. That's basically what it does. Sure.
your picture's Skibidi
and you
toilet.
know what? It probably works. It does. Think
it
about
probably has a
like
has an error to it because there's adults.
Stereotypes are based
there are
on
a lot
reality.
of ignorant adults.
And if you overlay a bunch of stereotypes, you can create a predictive profile that is accurate a lot of the time.
It monitors user behavior, so if you're
using using
tax
capping
channels
on
on
God
Discord in order to help with your taxes,
That's
it
capping on
would likely
God.
view that behavior as likely an adult using the account, so then it would just internally have you as an adult account, so you wouldn't need to complete an explicit age verification flow, like if I'm understanding this correctly. Again, I'm not entirely sure what...
Every website already has this, and so I'll give another frame of reference for how this works. So whenever a lot of these bot accounts, so every single website has a internal like social credit score of every single account, and this is on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and Reddit. I can give other examples, but let's just look at those 4. Every single one of those accounts or those websites has an internal invisible rating system that detects whether an account is an AI account or not. And one of the ways that the AI accounts get around that detection so they can be seen as human accounts by the algorithm and have their interactions and their, like information be treated the same is by basically wearing the skin of a human. So the way that they do that, have you ever seen on YouTube comment
Wearing the
sections
skin of a
where
human.
there is one comment that gets a lot of likes and you see that the comment is made by a name with a bunch of numbers and letters, and the picture of that comment, the commenter is like a girl in like a bikini or something like that? That's a bot account. And the reason why is that those bot accounts are programmed to take messages that were really popular, that got a lot of human interactions, and then repost those messages with human interactions, because human interactions lowers the probability score on this AI detection tool of an account being detected as AI, because it's being interacted with by real humans, because there's probably like an internal telemetry system where if there are a bunch of other accounts that are 0% AI that are interacting with an account that might be AI, that further legitimizes that account. And think about this, right? This is common sense that you would do, right? Like if somebody gave you the responsibility, make a tool that detects this, that's what you would do, right? Obviously, that's what you do. It's common sense. So really, that's the reason why it happens that way. That's the entire reason why all of this goes down. And these tools happen for AI verification. They happen for spam. They happen for all kinds of things. Like CAPTCHA is another good example. So the reason why CAPTCHA works, and I'll show you this, is that, so basically it's like a picture of like 4 things, right? And it says, pick the one that is purple. Okay? Well, I'm a fucking retard. Give me a second. Pick the one that's purple. And I understand this is a rant. You're going to have to deal with it. The CAPTCHA is not checking necessarily that you clicked purple. But if you go like this, and then you, oops, just a second, and then you click, you just made a perfect curve, and there is no element of human behavior. So they are tracking the individual pixels and the way that your mouse moves. And if your mouse is moving in a way that is automated and electronic, and it doesn't look like the way a human would move a mouse, that's actually what's being detected by the CAPTCHA. It's not necessarily the fact that you clicked on the purple square.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand that? It's basically like biometric metadata that they evaluate with like different thresholds in real time. That's the way it works.
It's just reading your mouse movement.
So this is the same thing. The only thing
like the ones where you had to type, it technically is looking for what you're typing, but it's seeing how accurate you are if there's actually registered key presses. That's why most of them won't allow you to copy and paste into them, because it's kind of what AI would do, what a computer would do. A computer would just computer generate that, otherwise paste it. So it works when you do the email one and the phone one, only because they're kind of reading the same thing. They're reading on your phone, they're reading, you go up with your finger and press it, or open up the text and copy and paste it. They're reading that. If it goes from them asking to instant registration of it and putting it in, then it's more likely going to be prompted as a computer.
Showing this for is to give you other examples of algorithms like this functioning the same way. That's it. It's pretty simple.
That is, to me, it sounds like what YouTube introduced not long ago, where it monitors user usage behavior and will make an estimation of their age based on what they engage in on the platform. So for Discord, it seems like it's doing that too. And if it determines that you're an adult, you might not have to submit your facial scan or government ID. But again, I could be totally wrong. Now here's Discord.
Well, they're probably also going to use things like bank account. So like if you have a credit card attached to the account will probably also, or you've had a credit card transaction on the account will probably also automatically be an adult account. Like they'll use other frames of reference like that too.
Treating its users like dogs, trying to coat this pill in peanut butter to make it easier to swallow. We also offer other assurance methods through our collaboration with trusted, privacy-forward partners such as...
That's another synonym. What they mean to say is Israel. This is going to go to Israel.
Facial age estimation and ID scan, all designed to minimize data use and maximize user control. There's no way of dressing that up in any way that is actually privacy-forward, by the way. We will continue exploring and validating additional age assurance approaches with the goal of expanding options and giving users choices.
Having age verification is a reduction in privacy. This is inevitable.
Yeah.
Like there are ways that you can minimize it being a bad impact, but it is a reduction in privacy, and it does open up an entire new vector of problems that could happen. Yeah, of course.
That works best for them. After completing a chosen method, users will receive confirmation via direct message from our official Discord account. A user's assigned age group can be viewed at any time in My Account Settings. Users can also go to My Account Settings to appeal by retrying the process. We currently only prompt users to age assure when they are in the Discord app and trying to access age-restricted content or update specific safety settings. We do not send emails or text messages about our age assurance process or results.
I'm 100% right. They're already going to open the can of worms, and who knows? What did I say about them changing their language? They're going to, the people that do the online grooming, they're going to change their approach too. It's not really, it's going to help, but not as much and as in the way that they think it's going to. It's not going to help. Because all these predators are going to just leave their accounts as teen status and just upgrade their tactics. That's what's going to happen. They are opening the door for a different problem now.
Into the key privacy protections. On-device processing. Video selfies for facial age estimation never leave a user's device. Quick deletion. Identity documents.
They all say that, by the way. Those ICE apps said the same thing, and then they got all the information anyway.
Submitted to our vendors are quickly deleted, in most cases, immediately after age confirmation. Not in every case, by the way, just most of them they're like immediately deleted.
Yeah.
But usually it's like real quick. Like I'm talking lickety-split. Straightforward verification. In most states, users complete the process once and their Discord experience adapts to their verified age group.
Yes.
Users may be asked to use multiple methods only when more information is needed to assign an age group.
Yeah. Show your Fortnite account and your social security number.
A user's age verification status is only available to that user and cannot be seen by others. We're intentional about selecting and working with age assurance partners with strong privacy practices and limit data collection to what's strictly necessary for age assurance. There you have it. That's the big changes coming to Discord right around the corner. And don't let Discord deceive you into thinking that this is a change that they're making for a positive reason, like protecting kids that use Discord. That's not actually why they're making this big pivot here at all. It's just in this race that every company on the planet is engaged in to collect as much data as possible and get people as comfortable as possible.
I really think that there's a bigger component than I think Charlie isn't really covering the amount of like legislative expectations that are happening to these companies by expecting them to do more due diligence in order to protect minors on their platform. I think this is happening, like, think about, like, for example, with Roblox. It happened with Facebook. It happened with Snapchat. And so I think they're also being proactive for that. Because I think that you look at the different changes they're making in the UK, et cetera, you can see that very clearly things are trying to move in that direction. And again, you have the unholy alliance between over-controlling Karens, a tyrannical, or at least wannabe tyrannical government that wants to control and monitor your speech on the internet for no other reason than to, create a citizen profile of you. And then on top of that, you have a relatively uneducated, uninformed public about this topic that has no interest in taking accountability for its own children. And between these three groups, what you're going to have is digital ID.
There you go.
Possible with just giving their data willingly. So that way they can just harvest it easily, no hiccups.
Yes.
This is not a good change, and it is not something that anyone should be looking forward to.
No.
Do I think it's actually going to kill Discord?
No.
No. I don't think so. I know
Skype died not because of privacy, but because Skype died because it turned into garbage. And also Discord was a better service. Like, it was just straight up a better service, period.
Discord will die when they start trying to make it a social media platform.
RIP Discord.
Discord trying to turn into a social media platform will kill Discord. Because no one wants to age verify just to say a bunch of racist stuff. No. They will die if they try to become a social media platform. And that's kind of what they're doing. It's kind of what they're doing is they're bringing in more stuff you can do. You pay them money, you get more access to more things. They're already in that over money making realm of trying to become profitable. I don't know. But Discord will kill themselves whenever they try to become a social media platform. Instead of just being a chat service. It's your job is to just allow people to, it's basically Xbox Live Chat. That's it. Your service is supposed to be just Xbox Live Chat. But you're trying to turn it into a social media platform, and that's what's going to kill it. No one wants another social media platform. And that's what Discord is probably, I feel like they're trying to do. Especially with putting up this many roadblocks for adults to protect children.
I don't actually think it's going to sink them. I think people are just going to shrug their shoulders and just fork over the data in order to keep using the platform.
I don't hardly use Discord anymore, really.
I don't believe people ever really have a huge willingness to
It
switch
doesn't
off
read
of
my
things that they become
microphones
used
very
to.
well anymore,
There's
so I
endless
don't mess
examples
with
to
it.
pull from, even like in gaming. People have set games
I'm
that
not
are their
gonna.
comfort game.
I'm not gonna play my. I'm not gonna play if they put microtransactions. Well, you know, it's just a battle pass. Well, you don't have to buy it. Well, I'm having fun. You know, like again,
that's basically the evolution of them.
Yeah, that's just how it is.
Yeah, that's the evolution.
Maybe might tinker around with playing a new game in the same genre, but typically always go back to the one that they've just spent the most time with.
Yep.
And right now, that's Discord. So I don't think that this
It's
is
just
going
cosmetic,
to be,
guys.
You know,
It's not. It's not pay to win. It's pay to progress.
Destruction of Discord, even though I think it should be. I just don't think people are actually going to make a switch to something.
I think Charlie's right about this. I think the privacy concerns that people have on the internet are vastly overstated. I don't think that actually most people care about giving up their information. And the problem is that there's such a loud, vocal, super user minority on the internet that cares about it a lot that I think they don't realize. Think about how many people, when Facebook became a massive thing, just wrote out their address and phone number on Facebook. It was so fucking amazing that Mark Zuckerberg called them fucking retards. There's an email. He's saying these fucking morons are just giving me their phone number.
Else in its place because people are just too used to Discord's service at this point. But I guess we'll see. I could be entirely wrong. Skype, for example. Skype, by all definitions, was too big to fail. They were the top dog.
Oh, Microsoft solves that.
Until Discord came around and ate their lunch. Discord was a superior service to Skype, and Skype ate shit for it. It never adapted. It never
changed. And keep in mind that Skype killed Ventrilo in a lot of cases. A lot of people moved from Vent into Skype. Or TeamSpeak.
And it died. So who knows? Maybe
I didn't go to Skype. I went to TeamSpeak.
Up now that Discord is in a really rough spot, lost their footing here. Maybe something else will come and take its place, and people will flock to that instead. So that way they don't have to play ball with these kind of new changes. We'll see. I'm just not super optimistic about that happening, but I'd love to be wrong about it. Anyway,
they're both right. People are just going to give up the data for sure. They're going to give up the data to these companies. It's not going to protect kids. The pedophile users are going to stay in teen status and just smell teen spirit. That's all it's going to do. It's just going to open it up for even more. I'm not going to go through the whole hour.
But she's still flying. She gets in later.
The whole planet.
Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome to the party. We've got Brandy from the Billy and Brandy Show.
Hi, guys.
On the stream tonight. Billy's late. Billy's coming to hang out too. But she's still flying. She gets in later. So after the stream, we'll go get her. IMA's also coming to hang out too. But she's not here yet either because she's sick. So Brandy's going to hang out and ask Webb some questions with us too tonight. And tonight's show is all about Webb, dude. If you don't know about Webb, dude, Webb is the shit. And Webb is ready to go. Dude, but real quick, I'd be remiss to have Brandy over here co-hosting and not actually shout out Brandy and Billy's channel. Yeah. If you guys aren't familiar, Brandy and Billy just started this channel earlier this year, doing all kinds of fucking Snoopy interviews into the Charlie Kirk investigation, getting all kinds of leads and shit.
Okay.
So if you want to support Brandy and Billy, that is the Brandy and Billy Show on YouTube. So, guys, dude, we've been waiting for this for a long effing time. It's finally ready. I spent all morning today working to ask it a question. Tell me about Epstein's relationship with Peter fucking Thiel. You know, the technocrat billionaire that's trying to surveil you.
Palantir.
Fuck this shill, right? Fuck this shill. And little disclaimer. So just a little bit of, understanding of what
He's already
doing here.
uploaded the documents here.
On the right, we're using the chat box, which is just like ChatGPT. And this thing is coming out online for all of you guys to use. And it's just literally got like a ChatGPT style interface. But it's not powered by ChatGPT. Fuck you, Sam Altman. You shouldn't have abused your sister, allegedly. But I had just asked it this question, and it thinks, and it thinks, and it thinks, and you can see the research it's doing. It pulls back 40 different documents on its first search, thinks harder, pulls back 40 more relevant, 49 entities, 100 connections. It's got all these fucking networked. I'll get my nerd buddies in here to explain the nerdy stuff at some point. Not tonight. It has a super complex layering of logic in the super complex database so that it can actually look through all 1.5 million files, find the most relevant things, pull them back, learn about your question, go back out, find more relevant shit, pull it back, learn, and give you a banging, like ChatGPT, like chatbot style answer that has the sources cited. Source number 1, source number 2, source number 3, source number 4, 5, and 6 are probably all similar. Oh no, they're all different. Well, I guess they're different versions of the same. 8, 9. So we'll read through this in just a second. Disclaimer: I am purposefully using. Brandy was here earlier. She got to see when we were me and the boys sat down and we plugged in 8 different models at a time, and we had them all compete for. So literally, I'll show you right here. We had them all compete all at once for which model would be the most expensive, the cheapest, the fastest, the slowest,
Not the carpet.
the most accurate, the best formatted. And we spent like $100 in tokens all in one session, having all these different AIs compete on the same questions in the document set all at once, to figure out which ones would like hit the sweet spot. And but full transparency, I'm using the most expensive.
I don't know where he was. All I heard was commotion. Destruction commotion. But then I go into the bedroom, look around, he's not in there. I come back out of the bedroom. As I'm walking out of the bedroom, he's like at the door, like, "What's up? You yell for me?" And then he just runs over and hops in his box. Starts eating hay. Knowing what he was doing.
Model right now because it's fucking awesome. Because I just fucking like it, okay? Because I just want to spend money and have dank ass answers. And so the version, I'll tell you more about how we're gonna launch it later. It's not gonna launch with the fucking gangster ass Opus like $1 trillion per question model that we're using, but it'll be pretty much just as fucking smart. We'll get into all those details later. On the left here, just so you see what you're seeing, so you know what you're seeing. On the left is the document organization tab, and it's all opened wide up because I've clicked on all those sources. But you'll notice that this looks relatively familiar because it's got, right now I've got the Jeffrey Epstein document in it, it's got court records, it's got the DOJ disclosures, and we're in the Epstein Files Transparency Act section. And currently I'm inside of dataset 11, but we have datasets 9, 8, 7. We have all the datasets loaded in exactly as they are. They're fucking huge. and they're kind of stacked in so you can kind of peruse them. But F perusing them file by file, because no, Brandy's not my girlfriend, guys. Brandy is a homie that's here. Calm down, chat. Calm down, chat. Yeah, we're just a bunch of journalists hanging out. And
worry about the task at hand. I'm like enamored with this.
Last disclaimer before we get into this: journalists, content creators, and journalists. This tool, we're going to give it out for free to all of you. We're going to give it out to everybody, but first we're going to give it to journalists and content creators for the beta test this week. Okay? So like tomorrow, we're going to be sending out the code to the first people to get in here and start playing with it like I'm about to show you.
I would love to get a code.
So if you're a journalist or a content creator, message me, message me on Instagram or X or wherever. It's going to fuck my inboxes up. I'm not going to be able to catch all the messages, but just hit me up. And basically, I'm going to pick all my favorite people. And don't worry, if I don't pick you on the first round, I don't like you.
People,
it's just because
is there a point of messaging?
Be a lot of messages. And we'll send out codes to the content creators. And first, we'll give it to like 10 to stress test it. And then we'll give it out to like 30 to 100. And then we'll give it out to the beta testers that signed up to like 1,000. I don't know how many signed up. A lot have signed up. And then once we stress tested it all week long, then we're going to give it out to the public.
Which is so cool for you to do, by the way.
Well, you've got to do that, of course. I mean, like, that's the whole point of the project, is because it's cool for regular people, or rather, it's cool. Sorry, I called us regular people. It's cool for journalists to be able to get through the files in this way, and you're about to fucking see how cool this is. But the whole point is actually so that regular folks that don't have platforms can just like go ask the question. Literally now, you can type in one sentence into web, hit enter, and you already know more about the Epstein files than Ben Shapiro. You literally know more about the Epstein case if you just ask it one question about what is Jeffrey Epstein's relationship to Israel, and you read that one answer and you look at those sources, and you already are more informed about the entire Epstein case than Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, every fucking Zionist out there, and their mothers and their brothers. And don't worry, you're going to see how fucking I am not just blowing smoke up your booty right now. But the ultimate reality is AI costs tokens, and it costs a lot of money. The model I'm using is wicked expensive, but I don't give a shit. I want to use it, and I'm going to pay for it. But when everybody else uses it, I can't just front everyone's money for free. So I'm going to fund the first round of the beta test. I'm going to pay for those tokens. And I think there will be a bunch of leftover for when we give it out to the public. And we'll just let the public use up whatever's left from the first round of tokens. And then it'll switch on to a model where you like can subscribe at like a little, a medium, a lot. And you can get as many, tokens and questions as you pay for. We are also giving out the open source, download it yourself off the GitHub, put it on your machine, plug in your APIs, run your own fucking tokens, do your own fucking thing with it, modify it to your heart's content, do whatever you want with it. Okay, that will also happen like a week afterwards once we get it all packaged up for you guys. But for now, enough chattering, right? Enough chattering. Let's fucking ask this thing some questions. So, do you guys remember what it was like? Brandy, did you ever go on the website and try to look up things on the DOJ website about the Epstein files? Did you ever use their search bar?
Yes.
Yeah, right? You just type things into their search bar?
I'm pretty sure I follow
if you had
them.
gone to the fucking DOJ website, right?
It's very confusing.
It's shitty, dude.
Oh.
Yeah.
DOJ
I guess
Epstein
not.
files. Oh, no. Yeah, Epstein Files, Transparency Act, Epstein Library. So if I type into this, Peter Thiel, sick, you get 2,270 results. I hope you like scrolling through them one by fucking one, right? F that noise. Okay, here's the answer it gives us. When I just asked it, tell me about Epstein's relationship with Peter Thiel. The documents reveal a sustained and personal relationship between Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein that extended well beyond a single casual encounter, spanning at least from 2014 to 2017, notably all after Epstein's 2008 conviction. Direct evidence of multiple meetings. The most striking evidence comes from direct email correspondence between the two men. On September 21st, 2014, Thiel emailed Epstein. You know what I want to do, guys, real quick? I want to swap this desktop, Come on. I want to grab this desktop. No. I want to grab this desktop. It's not going to let me move my desktops. I want to move my desktop over so that I'm looking.
You have 4 desktops.
I've got so many fucking desktops. But I want to move this one over here so that I'm looking where it is. And then we can move them over there. So they'll hang out over there. And now we'll look this way. So now I just need to move. They're all looking at the chat, but whatever. And then I'm going to move which screen you guys are grabbing to be that one. Boom. And now, I guess I'll resize it. Yeah, y'all just calm down for a second. Because this way I'll actually be looking at the screen as I'm looking at the screen, right? See, now I look this way and now I'm looking at the screen. Cool. Cool. Thanks for your patience, guys. It just, details, right? Right, chat?
Right, chat? So
and the string and metadata bullshit. Okay. So the most striking evidence comes from direct email correspondence between the two men. On September 21st, 2014, Thiel emailed Epstein directly, quote, "What time lunch today? Look forward to catching up." Citation number 1, because you gotta have citations, and it's right here.
So what does all that mean?
Well, this is all random email gobbledygook bullshit, but it's from Peter Thiel to Jeffrey Epstein on September 21st, 2014. And the subject is, "What time lunch today?" And then he wrote, "Look forward to catching up." And then a bunch of email fucking metadata bullshit. And it's like, okay, I want to keep this. I want to save this. I'm going to pin it to my fucking canvas. Boom. So now it's on the canvas right here, right? We're going to keep that. And we're even going to make a note that says
Thiel and Epstein relationship.
Thiel first correspondence with Epstein. And we'll save that. Or at least first we've found. And we can even draw a little line. And the strings actually fucking string. They actually have physics. Peep this shit. They like biggity bounce. Dude.
That's some nerd shit.
Okay. So anyways. So we can just save it on the canvas. This wasn't a first meeting. Oh. So, I'm gonna have to modify that note. The phrase "catching up" suggests an established relationship. Epstein's assistant Leslie Groff coordinated logistics, noting the lunch would be held at Jeffrey's home again at 9 East 71st Street, implying previous visits. "Hello, Talia. I wanted to let you know Peter and Jeffrey have determined they will have lunch this Sunday, September 21st. What time would work for Peter? They're organizing it. Cool. We'll pin this one too. We'll slide it over here next to this one. We'll keep it small. We'll just tie it together. And class, guys, homies, we're starting slow, and then we're going to speed up. But I just want you to kind of get the sense of like how fucking revolutionary this is. The sources are cited right
I'm
here.
loving it. I need it. Like,
it's not going out into the internet and like asking the internet to help it solve its problems. It's not asking the internet like, what do I think happened? It's not it can't make things up. The only thing it's doing is referencing the source documents, the Epstein files themselves, and seeing what's in those files. Here's what it shows. So there's no hallucination. There's no making shit up. There's no
and
this Google search.
And the reason it's important for me as a tool for me to use is because I do a lot of generation and regeneration of stuff. Oops, sorry, bud. I'm sorry. You down? Didn't know you were down there. You're good, bud. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry, bud. I'm sorry. You're good. But it would help me keep everything in line. So when I do need to say generate a thumbnail, I can take my thumbnail parameters and everything for my thumbnails, dump it into an AI and have them generate it. I can keep all of my video topics and things like that, and like things that I want to talk to. I can build my own stuff with this using my own documents. I can pump in my own stuff and information and use it to keep it all in line as well. And I could maybe use it to create individual episode topics where I'm not doing 7-8 hour streams. I'm doing like 1 or 2 hour sessions about a single topic. Because right now I just pump it all in and pump it all out.
And this Google search showed me that. It's none of that. It's literally just, this is what the sources say. Look at them for yourself.
And you can help me with my commentary too.
September 21st,
referencing
2014, Sunday
things.
lunch at noon, confirmed through multiple emails. 4, 5, and 6. We'll pin 4. 4 looks good.
Helpful bank documents, all of it.
And we'll add it to this cluster. Like that. Okay? Right? Taking notes. June 2015, back and forth scheduling for lunch or dinner, with Epstein asking, what would you like for lunch? Steak, hamburger, sushi? See, I'm getting lazy, though, and I don't really want...
And one of the things, too, I was just thinking about. Say I wanted to... There was stuff in here I wanted to talk about, but I don't want to pull in this whole video or tell something to say, hey, how would this be relevant? Whatever. I can go here, take the transcription, and just, I'd say I could probably, oh yeah. Oop. Kind of did what I want. There we go. Just copy all of it. Toggle off the timestamps. Copy this, paste it into a Word document, dump it into here, and boom. I want to talk about XYZ. How I need you to pick through here and pull out reference points that talk about XYZ. And I'm just using this video as an example, but this could be like some scholarly video, something that is information wise. Or, shit. Oof. It opens a whole new world of research. Like when I had to do a research paper for my English class, I had to get a hold of texts. And say I didn't have a lot of time to read the texts. Because I only needed a specific portion and I didn't know where that portion was within that text. I can pump the whole text into here, say, hey, I'm doing a paper. This is the thesis of my paper. Find the relevant information within this text. This is kind of what the school instructors are really worried about. This kind of tool. It's not ChatGPT. Well, it is ChatGPT in places like that. It's because they're sourcing their information and it's coming back. A lot of it can be wrong, especially when you're having to practically explain some of this stuff that you're getting from ChatGPT in those places. Tool like this, I pump in the text of my communications class. I never have to read that text. All I got to do is dump a prompt in there, and it'll always be able to find the relevant information. I need to talk about 5 terms from chapter blah, blah, blah. And how they correspond with blah, blah, blah. There it is. This is a game changer. A huge game changer.
Source now. I just want to keep track of it. So I'll just drag 7 onto the canvas and boom, it's there. Sick. Cool. Didn't even need to open it and read it. Boom.
Unless it says pizza.
Yeah, it might even say pizza, dude. Does it say pizza?
Oh, goodness. They're still using pizza. Oh, wait.
Steak, hamburger, sushi.
See, that's 2015. So yeah, they were still using pizza in 2015. Oh. Just laying here, he left me a present at
Sushi. That was they weren't that close yet. You know, they weren't quite at the pizza phase yet. The pizza phase comes later. And then they're, you know, coordinating Sunday dinner, lunch at 1 p.m. They're having a lot of fucking meetings. The billionaire's salon dynamic. Multiple documents describe a Sunday lunch at Epstein's Manhattan townhouse that included Thiel alongside Bill Gates and Mort Zuckerman. Real estate billionaire, owner of the Daily News. 10, 11,
jeez,
12, 13, 14. This appears to have been during
Peter
late
Thiel's
September,
lying about his
described
relationship.
as UN Week, where Epstein hosted what one document calls a colloquial for billionaires. Interesting. So suppose I'm like, oh shit, dude, he hosted this crazy UN Week.
What does UN Week mean?
Well, let's fucking find out. So I'm going to grab the name of this document, this title of this document right here, and I'm going to open a new chat real quick. Our other chat is still saved right there, right? But in this new chat,
I need this tool. Oh my God, Ian,
and
can
say,
you see my message? Can you see my message and get it?
With this UN dinner thing for billionaires that Epstein hosted. Who went? How many were there? Did anything sketchy happen? Right? And I'm intentionally being kind of homey with it because I want you to see that it fucking gets it. Like it literally, this is the level at which you can talk to this thing and it will be like, yeah, this is the story of the UN dinners. And I decided to give it the source because this is the source that we were looking at.
40 candidates.
We'll pin that. We'll put it down here.
I'd say put it in a...
And see, it's working its way through the file.
And
it's like,
string
I'm not
off the
quite at
name.
what you found yet. I don't think I quite gave it enough prompting on what the document. Now I found it. Okay, so now it found it. It took 3 different rounds of searching. Now I found exactly what you're asking about, the famous billionaires' dinners. Oh, actually, it got confused, and it went to the Edge Foundation. Also going to be a sick-ass answer. We can cue it to go more into the UN dinners.
Do you think that means like United Nations?
Yeah, exactly. The United Nations. He held them in New York every year. I mean, fair play, because the Edge actually are called billionaires' dinners.
Open a new tab because that's going to be an interesting tab.
Actually, I was asking about the dinner, about the events he hosted for billionaires and influential people around the UN meetings in New York in association with, it wasn't Brockman, that's Edge. It was Mort Zuckerman.
Yeah.
Mort Zuckerman.
And Bill Gates, among many others. Can you look those up and tell me about Epstein's targeting of UN Week in New York? So it's going to think and answer on that down there. But in the meantime, it honed in on the Edge Foundation, which was this science and tech billionaire foundation dinner situation that he basically used to troll the tech elite and the scientific elite, and to talk to geneticists and to talk to scientists. All these things. Let's see what it got. It got Jeff Bezos, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Steve Case, Nathan Myhrvold, Danny Hillis, James Truman, Forrest Sawyer, James Fallows, Kurt Anderson. It's got sources cited from all these different things.
I like how it tells you like who they are, who they're like
exactly,
associated with.
right? And it got all of this from within the document set. All the good-looking women are sitting with the physicist table. Interesting. So this must be from reporting. So it opens right here behind my head. It opens to the document in the document set that it's referring to. And so this is EFTA 000184444. They became a model for the gatherings at Mr. Epstein's 71st Street townhouse, which included some of the same guests. His foundation provided substantial backing to Edge. Edge is a really cool rabbit hole to go into. But let's get into the next. Okay. Epstein's calculated exploitation of UN Week in New York. The documents reveal a deliberate strategy by Jeffrey Epstein to position himself at the center of global power during UN General Assembly Week, the annual gathering when world leaders, heads of and chat, guys, chat. Don't worry. I know. We have some way juicier questions that we all want to ask it about some certain countries, about some certain, ethnicities, about some certain foods, about all sorts of things. Don't worry. I'm purposely edging you guys real fucking hard right now. We're about to ask it about beef jerky and whatever else. But I just want to show you. That like you can just talk to this thing like a fucking AI and it will pull things right out of the documents for you. A particularly revealing exchange shows Epstein trying to lure Bill Gates to a UN Week dinner in September 2010. Epstein emailed Gates' advisor, Boris Nikolic. FYI, the defense minister of Israel, Larry Summers, will be at my house for a small, very private dinner. If Bill wants to come or stop by, he is welcome. This will be the epicenter of intellectual interest. His targeting strategies. Right there. So there's your source. Right there. Straight from the documents. And it pulls it up in the side pane. You can see the exact source citation right here. Because you got to cite your sources, right?
Unless you're making alleged opinions.
The global power list. The most stunning document shows a list of 32 foreign ministers and heads of state that Epstein was circulating to contacts like Tom Pritzker, Peter Mandelson, David Stern, and even Ghislaine Maxwell. The list included all these fucking fancy people like Tony Blair. Jeffrey, your attendance would be greatly appreciated. The following list is the list of ministers and high-level officials. Someone mysterious sent this to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay.
It's crazy they were only supposed to redact victims, but clearly.
I know, yeah. Fucking as if they only redacted victims. Yeah, fucking right. We'll get into that. I posted on my story the where they redacted the name of the person that alleged that that Jeffrey Epstein made his money initially by having sex with Leslie Wexner. That's a crazy fucking document that I found today. True story. We need personal emails. Yeah, dude, everyone's going to be able to use this for whatever they want. And so obviously what we all want is to open a new chat here real quick. And also FYI, so like, because it's built like an AI, like the context windows work like an AI. So when I open a new chat, we have new context. So it's not going to get contaminated by the questions I was just asking. Let's ask it a fresh question. Based on the files at your disposal, or just based on the files, what nation's intelligence agency did Epstein most likely work for, and why? It'll probably give us a more interesting answer if we just dive in and tell it to investigate Israel. But I just want to make a point. I just want to make a fucking point, okay? I've never even asked it this question. I've always just dove in harder, but like I'm just going to ask it this question. We're just going to see what it says. Maybe it'll say Russia. Maybe it'll say that obviously Epstein worked for Russia, right? Who knows? He could work for anyone. How would we even know? It found Ghislaine Maxwell. It found Robert Maxwell already. Circumstantial evidence pointing towards Israeli intelligence. Let me search for more specific evidence about Acosta's statement. This is remarkable. The documents confirm Acosta's statements. So because we're using Opus, the most expensive, heavy fucking model, it's just doing crazy research in here. So it gets the Acosta statement straight up. It won't, the source citations are written in here, but they won't actually link and like turn red until it's written its whole answer out. So we're just going to wait. We're just going to pump the brakes and wait while it thinks it out. And apparently it's fucking thinking out a long fucking answer. I scrolled down to the bottom.
Why in Israel intelligence rather than CIA?
It knows what's up. So, just to remind you all, hey, Ben Shapiro. Who else has been saying that he worked for Russia?
All of them.
Probably
all
fucking
of the
all
stupid.
the Israelis. All the fucking Zionists. Hey, just so you guys know, I didn't bias it, okay? There's no context in this.
No.
There's no preloading of context. It's just the raw
And he's
files.
he said he already said he's
1.5
using
million
Opus.
files.
Opus is expensive.
Because there's duplicates are getting combined.
He's probably
so it's literally all
dumping a
3
lot of
whatever
his
million
resources
they produced.
into using it
Minus
to build
videos. So I just asked it, based on the files, what nation's intelligence agency did Epstein most likely work for and why? And we'll see what it says. Based on my comprehensive investigation of the documents, I can now provide a thorough analysis. The Acosta statement. So obviously Alex Acosta,
Strongly toward an
he
Israeli
said, I was told Epstein belonged to
intelligence
intelligence and
and
to leave it alone. And that's documented in
first line.
emails.
The documents point most strongly toward Israeli intelligence, Mossad connections, though the evidence is circumstantial rather than definitive. Here's why.
Like this one. Is the Epstein case going to cause a problem for confirmation hearings? Acosta had been asked. Acosta explained breezily, apparently, that back in the day, he just had one meeting on the Epstein case. He cut the non-prosecution deal with one of Epstein's attorneys because he had been told to back off, that Epstein was above his pay grade. Quote, I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone. He told his interviewers in the Trump transition, who evidently thought that was a sufficient answer, and went ahead and hired Acosta. The Labor Department had no comment when asked about this. So this email is from 2019. Okay. And there's multiple tellings of this in the files, multiple copies of basically the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Critically, when the DOJ's Office of Professional Responsibility later asked Acosta directly about the intelligence asset claim, Acosta told OPR the answer is no. Though he was offered a classified setting. The Israeli connection web. It only took it that long to figure it out. The documentary evidence shows a dense network of ties to Israeli intelligence and defense circles. Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister, defense minister, and IDF chief of staff, maintained extensive email correspondences with Epstein well after the 2008 conviction. Example 1, example 2, example 3, example 4, out of like 500 million more. Received approximately $2.3 million from the Wexner Foundation between 2004 to 2006, with Epstein personally signing transfer documents. Citation number 1, citation number 2. Oh, interesting. It literally pulled this little piece out of this PDF that is
It's
a
a
bigger
redaction.
PDF. That's crazy.
You can't see it?
No. Just that because it has context of what this is a single page out of a larger PDF, and this page has this run-on sentence in this cell that if you were further left on the PDF, it would show you the rest of the tables. But this run-on cell has the words Epstein allegedly signed some of these transfer documents, which is a relevant piece of information because Epstein signing the transfer documents actually helps you inform you of his authority over the accounts. Was a frequent visitor to Epstein's 66th Street apartment building in Manhattan. Headed Carbine, an Israeli tech company whose leadership reads like an IDF intelligence roster. Carbine 911, now known as Reporty, is a big story. The CEO was a special forces officer, and one director commanded IDF Cyber Unit 8200, Israel's equivalent of the NSA, citation 13 and 14. These are actually old Wikipedia screenshots, which at first I was really annoyed that they put in here because they keep on fucking getting cited because they're really useful and really like dense information. But then I realized that when you go to Epstein's Wikipedia page now, it's been fucking sanitized compared to how juicy it used to be. His old Wikipedia page was juicy as fuck. It ain't anymore. But
didn't they take like Wikipedia pages and put them in the Epstein files and redacted like random words? Like
yeah, right here.
and, like,
well, I mean, at least this is redacted.
things?
Well, so this is actually a victim name. This is Annie Farmer. It might have been her sister that was the artist. I think Annie was the artist. But yeah, a lot of them do have fucked up retarded redactions. In emails, Epstein offered to help Barack navigate relationships with the Rothschilds and Mayor Bloomberg. And we've actually read these ones on stream before. Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine's father. Physical evidence of a blackmail operation. They've got evidence for why Robert Maxwell was Mossad. The documents note Epstein had a, quote, opaque professional history, a little like Robert Maxwell, and is rumored to have worked either for the Israeli intelligence service, Mossad, the CIA, or even both. And this is from a Daily Mail online article from 2007. Which, it's just reporting, but when it all adds up, it's pretty obvious. Physical evidence of a blackmail operation. The documents describe an extensive covert surveillance infrastructure across Epstein's property. Hidden pinhole cameras discovered during the 2006 Palm Beach raid. A hidden media room in the New York mansion. Ghislaine Maxwell told a friend that Epstein's Island was completely wired for video as an insurance policy. Labeled compact discs in his safe with handwritten descriptions including young, name, and name. Epstein told a New York Times reporter that he had dirt on powerful people. The fake Austrian passport. Seeing it keeps on getting caught in this reporting right here. So we'll ask it more questions and dig deeper. FBI cooperation. An FBI memo from September 18th, 2008 stated Epstein had also provided information to the FBI as agreed upon.
Yeah, I need this tool.
Sources.
Definitely need this tool. I think that's going to be it. Coming up on midnight. I want to take a look at some classwork stuff before I go to bed. So, yeah, hopefully I can get a hold of that tool. That'd be really awesome. Be able to do my own stuff. But until then,